Hello everyone. Let's see. What is up? Just setting things up. She saves us from molding out. What are you molding out? What are you? Why? What are you molding out over, Shay? Was it the whole conversation you had with Leo? I think Leo's just being a little bit, you know, hyperbolic. Hello, Ben. Hello, Party. Wait, how's Party here? Are you home now? I don't even know. Why does my mic sound like shit? Oh no. Wait 1 second. What does... It says it's using the Yeti. Why are you saying it sounds like shit? Her mic sounds like you're in an echoey cave with water dropping from the ceiling. Hello, Simp. Okay. I'm gonna pull it out and pull it in, okay? Wait 1 second. What about now? Is it still shitty? I don't know why it would be echoing. What? Oh, shit. Maybe Party should come in here and... I tried, guys. Stream is canceled. Oh, what the fuck is happening? Is it... Okay, Party, can you, like, come over here and talk a little bit? And then I'll go and listen and see what this sounds like. Because I have no idea what's going on here. Demons? Demons. have... What's it doing?
It's like you can hear, like, the driving by a car. It's like, it's weird. Just go listen. Go do some talk.
I have to pretend to be you, right? Hello? Hi, I'm Chieko. Tonight I'm going to be molding about some bullshit. What? Hi, everybody. It's like when you get really loud. Maybe that's your problem? You're all fired. All of you, you're fired. Where am I? Who am I? Is this real life? Hey, a toilet demon, that's rude. I'm over here. Hey, I didn't even have to flash anyone. Look at that. They already want me back. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is a family-friendly server. We don't say things like fuck on here. I mean fuck. Chieko, come back. I'm scared. A weird swirly noise. Maybe we should stop streaming from the bathroom. Oh. Day. Heard what? What did you hear? I wonder what is happening. Like the loading screen for a game. Is there a game in the background? I don't know. Is Chieko gaming? Watch me dox her. I don't think so. No, it looks like it's just streaming stuff. OBS. Do you hear it, Chieko? Do you hear the demons? Do you hear the drums? Drums in the deep. They are coming. Also what it could say on my hot tub stream. Don't shit on my, like, $20, $30 keyboard, okay? Miss Writer. I don't give a shit. I wonder what it is. I know there's cars driving by. Could it be cars? Like, is it picking up stuff? There's a fan going. There's cars outside. Is the road wet? No, but it probably sounds a bit like it is. Like a... Wait, should I make it more ASMR-y? Oh! Don't type that with my profile. Ignore that, Dane. Sick. You're sick. You're all sick. Okay. Maybe.
Do you think it's the air conditioner?
No, because your door was closed.
Yeah, I don't get it. Close my window.
And it's for sure using the mic from the Yeti?
Yeah, it said it was. I'll triple check again, but... Very weird. Very weird.
Did you try your fan?
No, but you usually have those on. Yeah, I can turn my thing off. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not be hasty. You're gonna turn to pea soup. Well,
I don't know.
it's not so bad. Like, we can manage.
My head still hurts.
Okay, well, I'm gonna order you a coffee then.
Okay.
That'll fix everything.
All right. Sorry, everyone. I don't know what to say about... Excuse me. I'm going to move my mic back. And then just hope... I don't know, everyone. I'm going to take a look at the mic settings. Nope, it should be. I'm sorry, everybody. As everyone can see, yeah, I'm wondering if it's picking up the AC unit. Yeah, I'm gonna sit back. Oh no, now my headset's doing something. Shambles. Bluetooth connected. Wow, okay. What? Yours is fine? Okay. Okay, so setting Shay aside, is anyone else thinking I sound weird today? Simp. Okay, Josh says no. Leo says no. Turn the gain down. I have it at 11 o'clock. I'll turn the gain down to 10. I'll turn the gain down to 10. And I'll turn this down. Okay. Hopefully that helps. Let me just check. Is I'm going to pull that down. How about now? It was peaking. Thank you, Lutenberg. Okay. I'm forcing down the volume. I don't know. Okay. Well, everyone, sorry about that. Who do we have in here? Yeah, clearly I'm not a professional streamer. I'm turning into my professors by the day, by the hour. Let me see here. I'm gonna take my AFK thing off. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Yes, thank you, party. 97.5% are the taxes in Canada. Not quite, thank goodness, but you sound fine. Sound fine. No, the audio is definitely getting blown out at a higher volume. Okay, well, we're going to turn down the volume. Back to school now. It's been a needed weekend. Oh, wow. Back to school. I guess you're prepping, Josh? Are you prepping for school, or do you teach at like a private school where you start earlier? Or do public schools start earlier where you are at? Hello, Miro. Welcome in. Good evening. Okay, let's see. We got a bunch of people in here. Type in chat, how's your week been? Whether you're looking forward to something this week. Public school started second week of August. Wow. In my day, it started in September. That's different. Well, I'm glad that you did not have your headphones in, Shay. That sounds crazy. It's been hot, says Jonathan. Oh, has it been warm where you are? It was warm where we were. Then it got cold. Then it got warm again. Now we're kind of cooling off. Yeah, and I don't know what is happening. There's a lot of clouds out right now. I'm starting to, like, I have a headache. But I know it's not a water headache. And I know it's not a food headache. So I'm hoping it's barometric pressure headache, or I didn't have caffeine today headache. They have to account for all the days off. They'll inevitably have to take these days. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Miro said I had a busy week and will likely have another one this week. Yeah, it seems like we're all in the same boat together. It's the boat called the busy week. We got 2 days of paid prep, which is nice, but not enough. It's never enough. 2 days. Okay, so I taught elementary school for 3 years. It was a private school in China. We had, I think it was 1 or 2 official weeks of prep. But we could enter our classrooms earlier and start prepping earlier. I think it was 1 week of official prep. But most of us would go in 1 week before that. So a lot of teachers would roll in around the first week of August, second week of August, and we would set up our classrooms. We would, put up new posters. And our principal would require us to take out last year's books that we had made up. So, like, at the end of every year, we had to spend a week or 2 weeks creating our kind of like a massive outline of what we would be doing week by week for the next year. So we'd have to take those out and look them over and see what we had to get ready for the first week. So why would you not have caffeine? Long story. Ben had a busy Monday. How much baking did you have to do, Ben? Was it like more than usual? Nephew's already got a day off because construction, and my niece got a week off for the same. Wow. 2 days, yeah, 2 days is not enough, in my opinion. You should at least have a week. Your week is also insane? What's happening, party? What are you doing? Math teacher Josh has been playing K-pop Demon Hunters to them against their will. Well, that's fine. That's good. Yeah, 2 days is not... Now, I have to be honest. I got the job because they were kind of in need of someone to step in. And I proved myself to be a capable teacher, but I don't actually have a teaching certification. So I never went to teachers college. And honestly, I don't want to go to teachers college. I think teachers college in Canada is absolute bull. So I'm not a super fan of kids. I'm going to be honest. Teaching grade 4, teaching grade 5 was my lowest I went. So Ben baked the usual. Then he had 40 mini scones for catering, 3 Belgian slice bases, 36 muffins, and 16 cinnamon... I'm going to say rolls, not scrolls. Although they could be scrolls. I mean, that sounds insane. Then I had a few hours of things to do around the house. Yeah. Ben has had to do a lot. I know we've all had to do a lot. I'm sure we're all in the crazy boat together here. But I'm gonna say, guys, math teacher Josh might take the cake for me because 2 days of class prep for classes is insanity. That's not okay. I think that's gross. Delicious ancient secrets. Yeah, Ben, tell us. What are those ancient secrets of the cinnamon scrolls? Party made cinnamon scrolls the other day, right, Party? They were really good. I couldn't stop popping them. I kept eating them. Going into the kitchen was dangerous. Yeah, they were gluten-free too, and they were not absolute trash, which is crazy. Because I feel like some gluten-free stuff is just wild. It's like, what is even going on here? But that was really good. Party knows how to make really tasty gluten-free stuff. Todd Howard needs to do a cinnamon scrolls. Nah, he'd fuck it up. And then when we'd complain, he'd be like, it just works, okay? Just a sweet scone dough with cinnamon and butter with brown sugar filling. I actually know how to make yeast and non-yeast cinnamon rolls. I learned how to do them in China out of desperation. The birthday cake she made for me was to die for. Yeah, Dane just kind of like had to lie down after eating that birthday cake. And then what happened to that birthday cake? Wasn't it given away to somebody else by accident? It was a travesty. I couldn't get a second piece. It was disgusting. It was sad. Rolled up like a sponge roll. Yeah. Cinnamon rolls are really not that bad. Yeah, Mom thought we didn't want it anymore. Yeah. Yeah, it was a actual travesty because like for 2 days I was imagining having a second slice. It never happened. It was like edged beyond belief. Well, today we're going to watch maybe 2 videos. We're going to try to keep on track. I'm going to drink coffee and I'm going to hopefully feel a little bit better with the head. Just like math teacher Josh and Miro and Ben and Shay and everyone except for Leo. I also had a bit of a crazy week. My classes on the weekends now have multiplied. My boss is trying to get me to do a lot of work, which is fine, but there are other things I want to do. And I've been working, guys. I have been working hard on some stuff. Probably the largest thing that I've been working on besides writing is a certain review. Let's just say that. A certain review. Wait 1 second. I'm going to do something to the display capture. Don't panic, everyone. It's going to go black for a second here because I don't know which screen this will open up. Okay, here we go. All right. So I'm just going to give you guys a sneak peek. The WoW people will not be happy, but don't worry, your stuff will one day come. It's the Dawntrail Mega Prep. Mega Review Prep. So we got the beginning video, and then we're going to have up to 8 videos. I'm going to cover this thing as much as I can cover it. This is like going to be a series. And it just keeps going. So much. That's what I've been working on, guys, because I care about being as thorough as I can. It makes me I'm trying to be as thorough and fair as I can. So I've been really working hard on that. I've been trying my best to like not phone it in and do the easy hate train. And the more I look at it, the more I play it, the more I wrestle with it. I realize that, you know, one thing I think is really important is even this, okay, guys, even this review with its 8 videos, okay, so even this thing right here, these 8 videos, they may not even be fully correct, because in my opinion, it takes at least 2 to 3 playthroughs of some stuff to like really, like, how can I say this? A good literary analyst never pulls the trigger on proper analysis of something with just one reading. You usually have to do multiple readings. So it is what it is. Yeah. 8 videos. Yes, Jonathan. And you thought it would be 1 or 2 videos. So yes, so I started outlining things and I realized I could do one video that would last like 4 hours long and nobody would listen to it. Or I could try to break up the videos into smaller chunks with the hope that people will listen to what I have to say. We shall see though. I did see about the WoW expansion. Bellular says they're adding 48 features into WoW, which, you know, that sounds nice. It sounds good. Housing sounds great. But there's also been some kerfuffle over the cutscene, which I've not dived into. But it sounds like all things have their ups and their downs. You know, it is what it is. Hello, Wooly. Welcome in. The WoW stuff can wait, no problem, says Josh. There are lots of WoW announcements last week, updates to MSQ, and new player experience have me hopeful. Ooh, new player experience. Ooh, I have to try that out then. Let me know, everyone, when the new player experience hits so I can go try it. Hey, Sylvius, welcome in. How's everyone? How's Wooly? How's Sylvius? All of the latecomers coming in. But anyway, yeah. So I've also been paddling away like a little duck. I've been paddling away like a little duck over a variety of different stuff that I can and cannot talk about. But all of that being said, I'm very, very, very happy. I I don't know if anyone tried out the new summer zone for the summer event in 14. That was really nice to see that they tried some different little things in there. They have a Monster Hunter Wilds collab coming out, which is nice. I believe we're also probably going to get some other usual events. Like I imagine we will have the Rising at some point, stuff like that. So they're retooling the story of the Exiles Reach map so that it's cohesive to the Dragon Isles instead of BFA and streamlined, definitely. And leveling into a shorter experience to catch new players up. The eternal attempt to skip previous content so you can get to current content. Yeah, that's great. I don't know how I feel about that though. Like, I understand wanting to like touch up your tutorial zone and fix your tutorial zone. Like, I get that. That's understandable. But I don't like, I don't know. I think for me as a game, the way WoW pushes people to go forward and get to the current stuff and leave behind the old stuff, I think to me that still doesn't, it's not my favorite. It's obviously not for me. And it doesn't have to be for me. I just need to make that clear. I'm not saying that it should be for me. I'm just saying, like, it's something that I struggle with. For me, continuity and making sense I'm very open-minded. Like, I will do my best to give something a fair shake. But there's a point where it's like, I don't know. I like things to be, like, encapsulated. I was talking about some stuff with Wooly last night and on Discord. And we were talking about how Wooly likes things to have a sense of limitation and a deep respect for lore and making sense in terms of the gameplay. And for me, that's not as important, but there's a level where if you're always ignoring what came before, you really run the risk of retconning stuff, and the risk of creating plot holes. And that for me is a more bigger deal. Like, if things stop making sense, or if I can't go back to make sense of something, I'm just not going to be invested. I'm just not going to care. And I think maybe for some people who might have more free time, that's fine, but I don't. I just started having an idea percolating. Having you, like, come on stream one time.
I don't know if people would want to hear that.
Well, we'd obviously, like, talk more about, like, maybe, like, relationships or something.
Oh, is that all I'm good for?
No, like, you are
kidding,
more
I'm kidding.
charismatic and more people person, right? So, like, that would be
I'm a
something fun.
lovely little butterfly.
Oh, you're gonna do your Peppa Pig.
Hello, everybody. I'm Peppa the Pig. This is my sister Chieko.
Yeah, there you go. And you accidentally say my name. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. My sis came in with the goods. Chromie time needs to be fixed, says Miro. Yeah. We're supposedly also getting our first bit of news for FanFest this coming week as well. Ooh, Jonathan. The Rising begins on the 27th? Oh. Wow. See, guys, I'm going to be honest. I've been literally working. I've actually been working hard. And if I'm not working, I'm sleeping because I'm... Wooly, New Blizzard is putting an extra layer of lipstick on the... Oh, chat, never change. Crowley time needs to be unhooked from the 50 capping. Like when you hit the level 50 cap for time walking, you need to be able to keep going if that is your preference. I agree, Shay. Ignoring what came before just makes you make the same mistakes. Yeah, I agree, Leo. Yeah. TBC created plot holes such that Chris Metzen had apologized formally, and that ultimately led to the Chronicles being written. Now it's non-canonical. Yeah, guys, it's... I'm an MSQ ho, okay? Let's all be real here. I love me a good story, and I'll read the shittiest stories ever on this planet. I will read the trashiest stuff, but if there's something there that's interesting or fascinating, I'm there. You know what I mean? I'm very lenient about my entertainment insofar as I know what I'm going into. Now, of course, I have a level of criticism that can arise within my breast if I feel like the narrative is preaching to me, for example. Or, for example, if the writer for the show came out defensively about their product and started trying to pretend that it's something great, then, of course, I'm going to have lots of opinions. And, of course, if it transgresses canonical expectations, I also get kind of pissy. So, like, there's 3 things that make Chieko mad. Canonical fuckery. Pretentious creatives talking about their writing. And proselytizing or propagandizing within your writing. Those 3 things are what start forming cracks. And that's when I start getting a little, that's when I start getting a little annoyed, you know. Did you ever read? No, I did not read My Immortal. No, I didn't do that. When I say that I read shitty stuff, I'm like reading fanfiction.net, Archive of Our Own, or like really trashy stuff, related on Amazon. Like if I'm going to go full trash mode. And some of it's not trashily written necessarily. Like some of it's actually well written. Like there are some great fan fiction writers out there. It's just that they're far and few in between. But like, you know. So what we're going to do today, we're going to try to watch 2 videos. We're going to do our best. We got a video by Enraken, How to Solve the Male Gaze Problem Within Female Character Design in Video Games. And then Simp's video, recommended. This is why we never got another Lord of the Rings. And then, yeah. It's just like literature in general. Yes, Leo, it is. It is, more or less. Yeah. Yeah. That's why when people shit on fan fiction, I genuinely don't think they know what they're talking about. Generally speaking. Because all fiction is basically like fan fiction. Fan fiction just has a much easier time to get into something. Proceed at molding ahead. Proceed at your own discretion. Do you think I'm going to mold over this one? Probably. I don't know. Like, even the title here is a little problematic. I'm not going to lie. I think there's, yeah, there's some generalizations going on in this YouTube title. I wish people could, like, use their words, but, yeah. Forewarning on the male gaze video, we will likely disagree with the video maker. Really, Enric? Well, okay, let's break this shit down here. First off, is the male gaze a problem? And then the second thing is, what do they mean exactly by character design? Are we simply talking about drawing? The drawings? Or are we talking about how they flesh out the character and give them personalities and shit? And then what do you mean by in video games? In video game, which ones? All of them? Are you saying all video games have this problem? Because let me tell you, there was no male gaze involved in Concord. Have you guys seen the Concord character designs? Holy shit. Like, what is that? There's just a lot in here. There's just a lot in here. And I'm going to be honest, like, let's say that the male gaze exists, right? Let's say that there's a group of guys or even one guy looking at a girl. Like, did Rosa here do one about the female gaze? The female gaze within male character creative, writing in novels? Let's see. No, she did not. So this is where I'm like, this feels a bit one-sided. And it says it's a dissertation. It's a dissertation. Oh no. Oh dear. Isn't a dissertation a PhD, right? Can you do a dissertation at master's level? Give you a medal. Here, I'll send you out like a heart. There you go. There's your heart. I can't, this is really sad. I want to write YouTube and ask, can I give my chat gold stickers? Like gold star stickers. You know the type that you would lick them and they would taste funny, but you want to lick more? No, it's the patriarchy. The male gaze is about how the social construct of masculinity affects how we perceive each other and ourselves. Female gaze does not exist because women are oppressed. Yeah, there's that. Yeah, true. Well, that's, Party and I had a chat about this, about someone she is acquainted with who is flagellating herself over a certain personal situation. And what is hilarious is this female has not yet, as far as we could tell, spoken the same things to the male that's involved in this situation. So it's very easy to see how some women, because of how they were biologically developed, or how they've, culturally or naturally, it depends on where you fall on this. It's easy to see how women can sometimes end up deeply affected by what men are thinking about them, or deeply affected by what they think. Okay, this is key here. By what they think that men think about them. You see, women have historically and up until recently been struggling sometimes with making themselves heard. Now, I do think there have always been women who will step out, stand strong, and say what they feel and say what they think. And most mature women move into a position where they can talk about what they are thinking, okay? But there are scads and scads of women who are afraid to even share with their boyfriend the details of their period, their menstruation cycle. There are women out there who imagine that the guy is thinking X, Y, and Z about them to such a degree that it's like, maybe the guy isn't thinking that. Maybe you should just ask him. And I have to say that I've also met guys who have also, especially guys with no sisters, men with no sisters also have the weirdest hang-ups about what women are thinking. They're like, oh, all women do this. All women think this. Oh, well, at this place that I worked at, not looking at you, simp, all women were doing this. So, that's what all women do. And it's kind of like there are so many people in this world who erroneously base generalized assumptions on their anecdotal personal experience. And to a certain degree, we're designed to do that. It's like a safeguard. It's like a mechanism. But in an increasingly global society, it's damaging. Simp has 3 sisters. How'd that work for you, Simp? Do you feel like you have a better handle on females? Do they all like astrology? Simp's going to be like, yeah, they all like astrology. Miro says no. I wonder what he's saying no to. So the women cannot create a social construct like the male gaze. Yeah, the whole oppressed woman thing, like that shtick might have worked, you know, a century or so ago. Maybe in certain parts of the world today, but not in North America. Nah. I think the female gaze does exist. And I've argued this, right? I argued this before in a video. I said the reason why women feel like they can get away with their female gaze is because they create a holistic view of the male. And in their minds, video games don't create a holistic view of the woman. And that's the moral pedestal that a lot of feminists stand on, or largely feminists stand on when they critique the male gaze, right? They would argue that male gaze dehumanizes women because it is not a holistic view of the woman. It does not allow for multiple versions of of a woman to exist. Happily ignoring that there is a sizable amount of men online who like to be with curvy women. Who like to be with older women. Like, there's a reason why cougars exist, Simp said, I worked in a hospital. There was a room with 20 women. All of them were into astrology. Yeah, that totally explains, the other 500 million women on the planet liking them. Well, I think women aren't as likely to enact their ideas of the man, whereas men have kidnapped women and creepy stuff like that. Good point, party. Men tend to act on their desires more swiftly than women tend to. I think there's a growing group where if women get into a group of women. So one thing I will say is you get enough women in a room with a male stripper, I think things can go sideways. But I feel like women don't do it on their own, right? They don't on their own go out and start hunting down a man. Whereas men are more likely to, as singular individuals, go out for a woman and grab them and put them in a box underneath their bed. Just saying. That could happen. But I think if a woman gets in a group, was it Shay or was it Simp who shared that one romance convention where the women were in a pack and they absolutely basically assaulted a man in a very sexual kind of way. Also, those women are probably not into astrology. Probably the ringleader is into it. Look, Shay, let's say that at Sims Hospital, there was a whole cult of astrology-loving women. The point what I'm trying to argue is that we have to always be careful that our experiences don't color our expectation of every single person that we meet, especially when it's linked to devaluing that person. There is a negative connotation around a woman who likes astrology. She is viewed as being illogical, irrational, superstitious, stupid, childlike, infantile. Now, you as a man could say, well, I don't really care if a woman's into astrology. That's great. I shake your hand warmly. But let's all be real here. There's a low-key patronizing attitude about females and their astrology. And so when a man comes out, it's like, well, all women like astrology. It is not difficult to read into that a whole subtext of other bullshit. Maybe it's the UK. Maybe it is the UK. Maybe Island Syndrome has set in master's programs do not have dissertations. They do have a sort of project course with the final presentation, but it's not. Okay, so this woman, therefore, this is her PhD, like I guessed. Okay. Yeah, I was just double checking, Miro. Thank you for clarifying that, though. Thankfully, my sis was never into that crap. Tarot cards, magic rocks, etc. Yeah. To say, though, I don't think it makes it okay for women to objectify men, but I think they excuse themselves. That's all. Yeah. Women attack in packs simply because that's what makes them physically capable. IMO. Yes, so this is very crucial. Okay, Party and Shay are getting down to the nitty gritty. Okay, this is my theory about men and women. Men and women are equally morally corrupt, but men have more physical agency usually. I'm going to say usually because there are some small kings in our chat who would not be able to easily take me down because I'm just a tall girl, right? To act on their desires criminally. Women usually have to rely on male partners or a pack of women to act criminally on desire. So there are ways for a woman to fuck over a man. Like there's the story in the Bible of Jael who got this general Sisera or whatever his name was to sleep in her tent, and then she took out a tent peg, favorite story in the Bible, and rammed the tent peg through his skull. Fascinating. Very fascinating, because a man has to sleep at some time. You know, like you're running away from a battle gone wrong. You need a little bit of a shut-eye. Well, this woman has your back. Or does she? Right? That's the power of women. Yes. And then, of course, we have Delilah, who, seduced Samson. And then they were sleeping together. And then she cut off all his hair. And, yeah. So women can, on occasion, especially when a man is sleeping or drunk, have her way criminally with somebody. But generally, men are more likely and able to do it statistically in terms of numbers. So because of this ratio of criminality that puts men at being more proactively criminal than women, there is a perception that male desire is more problematic. But I think women's desire is just as problematic. They simply can't act on it all the time. But if they could, I think they would. And their men and women are equally morally corrupt. That's my black pill of the day. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let's see what chat thinks. Wasn't astrology historically a male pursuit? Have women locked onto it because it's an era men have largely abandoned? Yeah, it's possible. Ironically, the stick-thin 2000s look was largely from fashion, so it could be blamed on male gaze. Interestingly enough, in Racken, like, I watched a lot of Project Runway, and from what I gathered from there and from talking with certain people online within that sphere, fashion in Paris is intended to be art. And for clothing to fall a certain way to the ground, you have to be a certain height and a certain weight. But women being irrational, like their male counterparts at times, started to take on this need to, be like those models. Whereas a lot of normal women with their heads screwed on straight, like myself, will look at a model and go, yeah, that's for fashion. That's because of the way clothing hangs on their body. It has nothing whatsoever to do with me. But there are some women who, of course, are very sensitive to what other women are doing. And men, of course. And they will harm themselves to attain unnatural standards of air quote beauty or whatever. Well, wait until you meet the women believing in energy crystals. Those are astrology fiends on steroids. Well, Yalla, have you also heard about the manifestation hoes on TikTok? Holy moly, the manifestation ones are the craziest, and they use physics to like... Anyway, yeah, it's bad. Oh, hey, Tickler. It's not an evening until you're recounting a tale from the Book of Judges. I love me some stories from the Book of Judges. The Book of Judges is great. Crystals are interesting. I think some minerals conduct energy, obviously, and that there's probably a grain of truth in all the hoopla. The thing about a lot of astrology and crystals and manifestation is it's usually based off of a severe misunderstanding of actual science. You know, I think. Oh, here it. Rakin said, it often seems feminism filters its view of what men want through the current female trend. Like most men didn't like the stick-thin early 2000s look or the super modified current Instagram look. And then he said, ironically, the stick-thin 2000s look was largely from fashion, so it could be blamed on male gaze. Yeah. So what I'm trying to suggest is that there are women who follow what other women are doing. And then some women on the side, like me, will comment on it. And some of those women that comment on it are feminists. And they'll start blaming men for what women are doing to themselves. Now, I'm not saying men don't do things to women. I'm not saying that. Men do things to women. And I think men are sometimes not thoughtful about what they say around their female counterparts. And they need to be thoughtful about what they say around their female counterparts. But you know what? I also think that women sometimes treat their husbands and their brothers and the men in their lives like shit as well. So it's like both sides need to watch their tongue because both sexes are desperately listening, trying to figure things out, and they're trying to figure it out, and they're getting completely, misled as to what is actually going on. Miro is an astronomer. So Miro says, astronomy and astrology diverged when mathematics entered into play with the field. Before that, they were one in the same field. Good point, Miro. When did math enter into astronomy? Would that be around the Renaissance period? Or after? Like, closer to the... trying to think here. 1500s? 1600s? They never complain about athletes. Reason math is divine, and they're trying to corrupt it. King Eglon's gut fascinated us as kids. We always wanted that story. Yeah. That was like... the story of Ehud and Eglon was one of those wild stories. Babylon. Okay. That far back. But I feel like it went away from that, didn't it, Miro? Like, didn't astronomy and astrology kind of go back together again with, like, John Dee, and then it went out again? Why are women more susceptible to that than men on that, though? Why aren't we bothered by half-naked men in media? Sylvius, I think it's because... okay, I'm going to share two theories. One is a more science-based or evolutionary theory, okay? So... it is entirely possible that women have biologically been developed or designed to carry the offspring. And because of that, they've had to work and remain within villages and social networks. And over time, if you have stayed in a small village or a social network, over time you recognize it's very important to extrapolate and to manage those networks. And this means that you are very sensitive to the group versus the not group. And I think females may have a long, almost genetic or mimetic need to be connected to people. And this causes a lot of the women to be extremely sensitive to hierarchy and to power play. And women are therefore always upping other women, right? Like it's a woman on woman thing. Like there's a reason why lesbians have a higher ratio of domestic abuse than most sexual partner groups. And part of it is because women are incredibly tough on each other. And it is very possible that their sensitivity makes them extremely aware of when they fail and when they don't fail, or when they are meeting desire and not meeting desire. So one way to cope with it as a woman is to either give in and become a complete hoe, or to find a measure of respect and learn how to negotiate it personally. And some women who try to go one way, like let's say they try to leverage their physical attraction and their social power to gain security and love, those women who fail will become bitter, and they will also sometimes blame themselves, and that's why female suicide ideation is usually more overt. Although men are more likely to succeed at committing suicide, women are more likely to attempt it, which is a very interesting conundrum, I think. I'm not sure women are more susceptible than men. Many men have swallowed the democratic delusion, and more recently, the red pill manosphere has captured the fringe of male population. I will say this, that there are some men who are coming out now and are complaining about how women perceive men. And they're kind of like the worst case, like the actual incels. We're not talking about the fake incels who are like just upset and want to talk about things. We're talking about like actual guys who are upset because they're unattractive in most women's eyes. I do think that there are some men who are more sensitive, but I do think a large portion of guys are less sensitive because biologically they are built to compete. And there are other ways for men to appear. How can I say this? There's only one or two ways a woman can be attractive to a man. There's multiple ways for a man to be attracted to a woman. I've heard a theory that some women treat sexuality as control over men, so more easily available sexualized representations dilute their control. I could see that for some women, but I don't know about all women. Con men will offer their marks, whatever is most appealing. Aren't men more flattered in being attractive to women? Being attractive is different than being a sexual object. True. What does chat think? What does chat think? Does chat number one think that men don't care about being portrayed a certain way by women? Okay, because we got a lot of men in here. All right, so men, speak up here. How upset are you to hear that women have idealized versions of men that they daydream about? And then number two, like, what? So, like, would you be upset about being physically objectified? Or are men trained to say that they're not upset because it's not manly to be upset about it? But women from froth at both in today's culture, or maybe they're intertwined for women in how men view them. True. It's a lot of thought. It's a lot. But what do the guys in here think? Like, if you heard that a lady is objectifying you, Like, how would you feel about it? And set aside your macho putting on a front bro face, okay? Just like share, like, would it bother you or would it not bother you? Men worry more about being emasculated. Physically objectified is less threatening to us, as when push comes to shove, we can shove harder. Doesn't bother me, says Ben. Maybe men are more like, well, I can't control it, so whatever. Maybe. Maybe Tickler, yeah. Oh man, guys, I'm so excited. Tickler is in chat. Tickler is my other sister. I have 3 sisters. Tickler is one of my other sisters. So everyone say hi to Tickler as well, because Party is not the only sister. I think men do care, says Enrakin. It's less common, but you do see men complain about being compared to various romance love interests. Math teacher Josh says I'd be flattered. That said, if a woman did say nice pecs and wolf whistle, I don't think I'd be too bothered. But here's the thing, guys, okay? I genuinely think that most women are flattered when a guy says they look hot. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, as long as it's not, like, super gross, like, most people are going to be flattered when someone says something nice to them. Like, but maybe a woman wouldn't like it if a guy said nice tits and then wolf whistled. Huh. I gotta think about it. Party, what do you think I would do if I was strolling past a guy? Okay, Party, tell me. What do you think I would do? Do you think I would laugh? I feel like I would start laughing if someone was like, hey, Chieko, nice tits, and then wolf whistled. Or do you think I would actually, maybe I would kind of feel like, I don't know. Women are flattered with those compliments, says Tickler, but they also want their other traits to be recognized, in my experience. See, Tickler and Party are very feminine females. And I feel like they love being physically complimented, but to a woman, to be only physically complimented is not great. Like, no woman wants to just be seen as an ass or a tit. Like, like I would actually be deeply affronted, and I wouldn't want to be with that man anymore if I found out that he was just there for my body. I would actually, we would probably never even get to the dating stage, because usually you can tell with guys like that. I'm flattered when they don't say it, but it's obvious they want to. That would be, yeah, that's true. I really don't care to see attractive men in media. I don't feel less a man. I don't feel less attractive. I like seeing beautiful people in media I consume. Sylvius, I'm kind of with you on this one because, like, I don't care if there's a big titty woman running around in a video game. Like, I literally do not care. You want to watch, like, a gacha game with some chick bouncing around? You know? Good on you. Go out there, get some. I just don't like it when guys come after some entertainment and are like, oh, it's not immersive because it's not realistic, while they are themselves, like, partaking in highly unrealistic media over here in their corner. I don't like the double standard that sometimes I've seen guys engage in. But I definitely know feminists have a double standard about like fitness for men versus women. Being exposed to female thirst was surprising, but to be honest, it depends a lot on how attractive the thirsty woman is. Wooly saying it like it is because we all know. That's another thing Wooly is touching on here. I think if a really hot guy comes up to you and is like, hey babe, you're like, ooh, right? But if you're like Chieko, who has unfortunately drawn the gaze of many a homeless man over the age of 40, alas. Yeah. What can I say? So, like, by the time I was 16, I was not, I'm quite plain looking. And there would be, there would be the odd time, like once every 2 to 3 years, I'd be walking on my way to a bus stop or something, and there would be a homeless bro. And yeah. And it wasn't like, hey, ma'am, can I have some change? And by the way, nice smile or whatever. It was literally like out of the blue, weird stuff. Like there was this one guy in front of the library downtown who complimented me on, was it my smile? And then there was another one who complimented me on, what was it? My outfit? Anyhow, I remember every single time that a homeless person, and by the way, these homeless guys were not like thirsty, like gross people either. But every time I was complimented largely by homeless people, I never felt worried. I was always like, okay, that's weird, moving on. Yet another day in my life. It was just, depends if they think the guy saying it is hot. Otherwise, it's harassment. Exactly, Ben. Like Wooly. It's harassment unless I like them, in which case it's fine. They don't have to like the guy physically. They just have to like him. I do suspect that men tend not to be immediately attractive to women without an emotional connection. So receiving a compliment from an unattractive guy probably feels gross. Yeah, so in Racken, that's I think the crux of the issue, right? Women naturally want to be seen more than their body. Whereas I think men appreciate if a woman sees beyond the body. But if a woman only sees them for the body, and that means that this will lead to a transaction where they're going to have sex, guys are very fine with it. Whereas I think women are like kind of like, oh, I want to, you know, I need to have more. I worked at a cafe where the guys rated female customers out loud on a scale of 1 to 10. Oh, was it that one that we worked at together in the hospital that wasn't the Tim Hortons? My wife says she struggled to believe me when I called her attractive, so it seemed manipulative and fake. Yeah. He married you. He thinks you're hot. Always homeless. It was a large, yes, homeless people. Except for that one guy who approached me when I was like 12, and he was in a wheelchair and he had a hook for a hand. There was that creeper on the playground. Yeah, there was that one guy. And if it wasn't somebody in a wheelchair with a hook for a hand, it was a homeless person. Yeah. Oh, and of course there was the black guy in China. Yeah. But anyway, TLDR. And wait till Party tells you her stories, okay, guys? Wait till Party tells you her stories. Party had them flocking. Hey girl, you just found your type, says Party. Free-spirited, so he doesn't own a home. Libertarian, so he doesn't pay taxes. Fighting social injustices, so he never showers. The whole package. No. Computer says no. This was mainly before we got married. I like to think we largely overcame that particular hurdle. Well, I'm glad to hear that. The city that we lived in, Sylvius, was white trash central. Sylvius is wondering why we have homeless people. We don't have enough houses, Sylvius. That's part one of the problem. We have extremely strict laws on how to raise residents. So we simply have too many people trying to get into not enough housing, literally. So housing has skyrocketed. So people can't afford to live in a basic apartment anymore. So there's a new flood of people becoming homeless. And then before that, when I was growing up, drugs and mental health issues. Because Canada is great if you get shot with a bullet, or you step on a landmine, or you have like a heart condition. But if you have something like, I don't know, mental issues that have led to alcoholism, you're kind of screwed. If you have diabetes, if you have skin issues, if you have eye problems, and until recently, if you have teeth issues, you're kind of effed. So anything that's chronic and low level that you can sort of hobble through life with, they are not helping you with that. Nope. No. Don't come to Canada, please. Nobody come here. You have all that land for housing. Yeah, I know. Crazy, Sylvius. It's literally insane. We have 40 million people here, less than what they have in South Korea. We can't seem to somehow... They were going to like give up this one spot of Ontario to housing, and some environmentalist bullshit people got in and successfully lobbied to take the land off the table. If I could find out who those upper middle class white... Ooh, I just get annoyed thinking about it. Namco is Namco Bandai, Shay. It's a gaming company. Tickler says the cheapest places to live are further away from urban areas. But poor people can't move out there because they don't drive often. Yeah. And imagine like standing out on some back highway with your tin out. You're not going to get free money from people in backwoods Ontario. Do not come. Canada gets more and more interesting the more you learn about it. Canada is quietly fucking itself over in its corner. Everyone's like, oh, Canada, like who cares about that country? Well, let me tell you, we have our own issues. Would love to see what Americans would do with that uninhabitable wilderness, though. There is a level of uninhabited wilderness, but Shay, there's a whole bunch of stuff in between that's absolutely should be up for grabs. How's the homeless situation where everyone else is? Okay, Leo, Ben, Shay, Wooly. We got people from Argentina here. We have people from America here. We have... I know America has homeless people. We have people from Israel here. We have people from the UK here. Come on. Let's hear about your homeless people. Where are they? Do they exist? Leo's going to tell us that he is homeless, in fact. Oh, my lord. Party's sobbing. Okay, so Wooly says, working the night shift, I get to see the worst of the homeless situation here, which ain't much to BH. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that, Wooly. I'm genuinely glad to hear that, because homeless people, some of them are really nice, but some of them can be a bit of a hazard. When I was down south in Ontario, before I left to come up north, I went downtown with my one friend, and there was someone cracked out who was running along the main strip in front of the traffic, like completely off his rocker. It was very sad. Okay, math teacher Josh said, California here, it sucks. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I bet California is a lot like Southern Ontario, including, you know, the rent. I bet the rent and mortgages are insane there too. Homelessness is not that bad here, says Leo, but it's dealt with the old way, hiding it under the rug, getting them away from people and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, that's what they try to do. They try to do that, Leo. It's just that in Canada, we have a limited amount of urban areas. Miro said, where I live, if they're not on the medians of the major roadways, they literally live in the public lands in the woods. Whoa. So they're like camping-ish. Okay. Okay, Sylvius says, homeless over here get housing unless they choose it as some kind of lifestyle or refuse the help. Often detox and AA is mandatory. Yeah, we're trying to create housing. There's a small homeless camp near our neighborhood here. Despite the large amount of homeless people in South Ontario, I've actually never been attacked or even harassed other than being asked for change. Yeah. Also, like, it's how you walk and carry yourself, right? Like, if you act like you don't know what you're doing, then, you know. We had homeless for a few years to stay. They all disappeared about 8 months ago. Uh-oh. Not sure what happened. I think mainly they moved about 15 minutes by car to the east. Oh. That's strange. In San Diego, the homeless situation is really bad. I can believe that. When you go downtown, there are homeless camps that stretch for blocks, just tents pitched on the side of the road everywhere. Holy moly. Okay, so since we don't have as many people as America does, I'm not going to say we are that bad. But at one point in the GTA region, it was kind of like it was getting a bit bad. But there are neighborhoods that are really dangerous at any hour in the big cities. We have to usually go there and get in trouble. Yeah, stay away, Leo. Tent City, yeah. Every few overpasses have homeless people living under it in small tent villages. They don't want help. They're getting shipped around the state from the urban centers because it's too dense there. Yes, so this is another... I need to make this very clear, okay? When Canada started rolling out small tiny homes and tiny home blah, 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 there were still people who didn't want to go and move in. There are still people dragging their feet. There's still, like, there are some people who legitimately don't even want to, they're done, like, they're done. They're not supposed to be living on public land, though. Yeah. Are they, like, poaching, Miro? Like, I can only imagine. Oh, hello, Epic. We're talking about homeless people. So in your area, Epic, how homeless is it getting? In terms of how many homeless people are around. That is crazy, Miro. Living on public land. Animal control started taking their animals. Might have been why they left for the next county over. Wow, this is fascinating, Sis Tickler. It's kind of different everywhere and sounds like it's been dealt with in different ways. Yeah. Leo said, I've never walked or anything. I've never been attacked or anything either when I lived in Buenos Aires, and sometimes I would walk at night for a long while. Yeah. If they have guns, yes. It's not common to hear hunters shooting their guns in our neighborhood. Wow. See, that would... I don't know, everyone. I feel like... do you want... Oh, that would kind of freak me out. Small town Kansas, says Dane, means we have a singular city homeless guy. He's nice and is homeless by choice. See, there are people who have legitimate mental issues, and it's not because they're like lazy or because they're just like whatever. It's like they're in from another time, or sometimes it's mental illness. Like they have hang-ups about being in a home and stuff. Epic lives in Norfolk, VA. Wow, just putting it out there. Okay. Our homeless problem isn't noteworthy. I'm glad for you. I'm glad for you. animals weren't vaccinated and bit a few people and got put down. So then AC was like, well, we better clean out the animals. Yeah. Tickler pointed out that the town that we all came from changed a lot over 10 years. And I will say there were two. She mentions one. She says COVID changed it. I would also argue Trudeau deciding to ram a bunch of immigrants into our country without any infrastructure ready was another. Like, I just think rent went up, everything went up, the economy went to shit, and then tons of people started hitting the streets. The homeowners all have guns here, like all have guns, might be another reason we don't have urban homeless. Yeah, but the like I said, like the compliments I got from homeless bros, for the most part, were never super gross. It's just like an anecdotal odd thing that happens to Chieko. But anyway, where are we at for time? Oh, yikes. Okay, well, you know what? We can't put this off anymore, everyone. We're going to have to listen to this poison. Everybody get your brain radiation gears ready, because I have a feeling we're going to be in danger of contracting brain cancer. Okay, and this is a very serious issue here. So let's like protect our brains here as we go in. But maybe she will make a point. Okay, so let's try to keep our minds reasonably open here. Maybe she'll have a point about something. We'll see on a scale of 0 to 10 how much of a point she does or doesn't have. Okay, let's check this out.
Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords, eternally retold.
It was 2002 when the long-awaited sequel to Soul Calibur, simply named Soul Calibur 2, hit the console market, making its way onto the GameCube, Xbox, and of course, the PlayStation 2. I was about 4 or 5 when my family got the game. It became a group activity to play the weapon-based one-on-one fighter game. We all clung to different characters. My brother often chose Astaroth, a monster resembling one of his beloved Ben 10 transformations, whereas my mother chose the scantily clad dominatrix Ivy. There was a clear distinction. Men could be skinny to muscular, from human to monster to even god. But women, on the other hand, were all conventionally attractive, slim, human women in tight, impractical clothing. I, of course, chose to play as one of the female fighters, and her name was Cassandra. She was the younger sister of the more central female lead, Sophitia. She was a holy warrior based around Greek mythology, but unlike her sister, she wore more and acted more tomboyish. For my young child self, she was perfect for very two simple reasons. Like me, she was a younger sister, and like me, she donned a short blonde bob cut. That's really all I needed. I admired Cassandra and I idolised her, wanting to be just like her, working hard to recreate her moves with a bin lid and a lightsaber toy, pretending they were my very own Omega sword and Nemea shield. After relentlessly playing with our PS2, it eventually kicked the bucket though. And it wouldn't be for another few years before we got our hands on a second-hand PS3. I eagerly got the newest game for my beloved series, Soul Calibur 4. I excitedly hunted through the roster of fighters for my girl, and when I eventually found her, I barely recognised her. The name was the same, sure, but the design was different. I took her for a run to see if I could remember the movesets, and surely enough I did. They were slightly different though. Her moves felt smoother and more energetic, and she swayed in a way that emphasised her femininity, which was odd. But then I got to try out the new finisher move, a special attack they added, where you can deal large amounts of damage like no other. Unlike other fighters, whose special attacks involved bouts of fire and battle cries and grunts, Cassandra's, strangely enough, doused the stage in a haze of pink mist as she playfully knocks the person down, landing to sit on their face, with hearts spawning from the move as she asks, "You like this kind of stuff?" This was not Cassandra. This was not the cool, tomboyish warrior I knew and loved. As I grew older, however, I learnt to understand that the reason she was so vastly different, wearing a skimpy leotard with minimal armour and coverage, instead of her traditional skirt, shirt and legging combo, was for a very simple reason. She was old enough to be sexualized. Now Cassandra was older and available to be sexualized, the Soul Calibur team went all in, and while adding her to their list of various eye candy characters that clearly were just appealing to the male fantasy, they were also creating some deep-rooted issues for the little girls like me who saw themselves in her, who idolised her. I always would wonder if I wanted to be like her. What did this change mean for me, and for my forming identity? How would people perceive me? Little did I know, as a young naive child, that I was growing up in a world where games were only expanding and exploding in popularity and production, while the people creating them had always had rampant issues with sexism and misogyny. They
Party can tell. I had to mute myself because I was eating a cookie and drinking coffee. I don't even know where to start. But I'm going to start with something that I talked about with Wooly the other night. And I was explaining to Wooly that when we were explaining to each other, I should say, Wooly explained that when he plays a video game, he plays somebody else. He's in a way experiencing someone else's life when he plays his RPGs. But that is not how everyone plays. There are levels, and Aiden Paladin did a wonderful look at the 3 to 4 levels that people play a character in. There are people who play a character that's completely separate from what they want and from who they are. Then there are people who want to play a character that represents who they are. And then there are some people who want to play a character that represents what they want. And then there's usually someone who does a mix of both. That would be me, by the way. So there is playing someone separate from oneself entirely. Then number 2, playing someone you desire, playing yourself, like playing someone representing yourself, and then finally playing a mixture of the above. That would be me, by the way. Nico is in here. Nico represents part of me and part of something I desire as well. And the problem is that men don't understand that I would argue that most women, because of their cozy gaming, because of their more social interactions that they seek within gaming and entertainment, I do think large amounts of women are more likely to seek out games where they can recreate themselves. Or they recreate their best version of themselves. An idealized form. Now, obviously, some of us ladies will play someone else separately from ourselves entirely. Obviously, we can play Witcher 3. We can play Cyberpunk 2077. We can play Baldur's Gate, etc., etc. But generally speaking, I think when a woman comes into a game and starts projecting herself into a character, this is 110% normal for that woman. And do you know why? Because most FMCs, setting aside elevated romances and better publishing industry novels, are blank slates for women to project themselves onto. So these women have generalized, almost archetypal traits that most women will latch onto and can then project into. This allows a woman to essentially place herself in there, or sometimes even replace the FMC altogether in a novel or in a romance. The FMC is a placeholder for the woman's self-expression. And you might think, well, that's really stupid. Why would you want to do that? I actually think that there are large amounts of women who struggle with being honest with themselves and with the world. And their entertainment is one area where they can have control and truly be themselves without having their female side counterparts breathing down their neck, or a man or social expectations breathing down their neck. But I would argue that if you as a woman are always, okay, this is my argument, okay, setting aside this reality, my argument is if you as a woman are eternally seeking to find representations of yourself in media, you have failed to adequately individuate. It means that somewhere in your life, you have not individuated. You have not found your own voice. And so therefore you're projecting into every piece of media that you have. Am I in here? Am I represented? And if you're eternally seeking self-representation in your video game, I think that's a problem. However, I would argue that there are some video game genres that are more open to self-representation than others. And so, for example, I was talking about it with Wooly. Some RPGs are closed to self-representation and give you a false sense of personal choice because you're actually experiencing another person's story. Final Fantasy XIV is oddly enough in this category. A lot of people make their Warrior of Light and they think that they're creating a personalized experience. They are not. Narratively speaking, they are experiencing someone else's story and they can learn from that. However, to go to every single video game genre and expect that genre to provide for you a personalized self-representation is wild. I think sandbox RPGs, probably CRPGs, probably cozy farming gaming, simulators, these kinds of things, or any kind of game that is heavily socially based / roleplay based. And by roleplay, I mean creative, socially based, roleplay based. Yeah. And by roleplay, I'm not talking about RPGs. Like I said, RPGs are not the same thing. The MSQ isn't you. Exactly, Epic. Okay, so let's see what does chat think so far? What does chat think so far? Okay. Soul Calibur 2. Okay. What video is this? This video is called How to Solve the Male Gaze Problem Within Female Character Design in Videos. Yeah, it's this voice gives you depression, Sylvius. I mean, she's a British woman. She's stuck on an island. She's gonna be depressed. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love you, UK people. 100% she'll talk about Ivy. Not gonna lie, there's not much variation of women in romantasy. Like men in romantasy can be beast or skeleton creatures. Simp, you're getting close there. You're so close. Yep. I mained Cassandra too. She was fun to play. Is this a Brummy accent, FML? This lady sounds like she's talking through clenched teeth. That's a good one, Tickler. Women in romantasy equals white women that is conventionally attractive, and sometimes they might be a bit chubby. Yeah, might be. Yeah. Maybe because the women who would self-insert themselves all have the same personality traits. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? Up here. Most FMCs, setting aside elevated romances and better publishing industry novels, are blank slates with generalized, almost archetypal traits. This is for maximum self-insertion. I think this chick's from Birmingham. Oh my lord. Why do they care so much about the character looking like them? It could be about immersion, but I think it's also about investment, and it's about investment. Yeah. Is this Disney princess syndrome? Maybe, but I think it's a female thing as well. Like, I genuinely think there are female gamers, and there are male gamers too, by the way. There are male gamers who want to play someone that represents themselves or the best version of themselves. Asmongold does this a lot. Asmongold likes to make him... he does it for the meme, but he also sometimes does it not for the meme. Let's be real. Messages I points. I don't think I'd let a 5-year-old play Soul Calibur. Do we need to mandate separation of fantasy and reality as a subject in school? Yes. Self-centeredness, yep. Narcissism, possibly. Childish view of the world, maybe. Fragility, yeah, possibly. I'm certainly not my FF14 character. No, epic, say it ain't so. But if the game doesn't provide that character creation to match yourself, then that is the criticism, not the character designed in the game. Oh, but she's going to find a way, Sylvia. She's going to say that the people who designed this game are inherently misogynistic and sexist because they made all of the women essentially sexy and sexualized. Tomboy ISTJ here, yeah. I tend to roll girly ENFP characters. I mean, Chieko is a hoe. Chieko in Final Fantasy XIV is a hoe. Uncle Koa has to overlook his adoptive niece a lot because Chieko will go for any boy with a tail. It's a problem. But like IRL, I'm like buttoned up. She's thirsty. Yeah, she's thirsty. If women are creating their best selves in The Sims, I'm worried. Always named set characters after myself, even when the set character was male. Though when I was younger, before highly customized characters, I always called myself Haydn, and I always played a boy. I almost always played a man in a video game. Even if there were female options, I would play a male. But we all know I have mental issues, or I especially had them back then. I know a woman who cried for joy when Khadgar ended up in a wheelchair because she was finally represented. Well, I mean, yep. Wooly, Lord of Mercy on us. Yeah, WoW is the one where you play yourself, hence why you don't matter to the plot. FF14, the MSQ isn't you, exactly. The insane mental leap that the change of the video game has direct impact on her own development is wild. Well, Sylvius, we are going back to. Do you remember George R. R. Martin in his journal blog post that I found? He said that he felt like his writing hadn't impacted the world. There's this notion, okay, and it started arising out of certain literary circles that like writing impacts people's minds. But I actually think Asmongold is closer to the truth. Writing simply has the appearance of impacting people because writing is the social confirmation bias that people are seeking. So literature is good to look at. Literature represents general or specific, let's just say trends, represents certain trends, social or philosophical or etc. trends. And then the more popular something is, does not mean it will impact more. Rather, it shows the direction in which people are seeking confirmation bias. So I think to a certain degree, literature can change people on a certain level. But I also think the literature that sticks around the most is the stuff that confirms people's beliefs the most. It's like what Itachi said to Naruto. You don't become a Hokage to be acknowledged. You become Hokage because you are acknowledged. See, Itachi has the greatest wisdom of all. Uchiha Itachi. You don't become Hokage to be acknowledged. You are Hokage because you were acknowledged. This is the same for literature. Literature too. This woman saying that her self-representation was impacted by a single video game probably tells me there was other issues going on in her life. Like if this is the case, okay? If this woman, let's go back to where did I put it? Here. If you as a woman are eternally seeking to find representations of yourself in media, you have failed to adequately individuate. It is absolutely ridiculous to suggest that a single piece of media somehow greatly impacted you to such a great extent. If that is the case, that probably means your parents failed, your community failed, your siblings failed, your friends failed, your teacher failed, your religious leader failed. If a single piece of media, or even a bunch of media, is able to rock your internal boat to such a degree, there is something contextually around you that is speaking to amazing failures. Like just failures. You know, just complete failures. I cannot internalize an understanding of the need to feel represented. Yeah, I personally, there are some games that I like to look like Chieko. So for example, when I played Hogwarts Legacy, I was Chieko. Like I looked like myself. Or I tried to, but I couldn't because Hogwarts Legacy doesn't have pale enough skin tones because they're anti-white. I mean, what? But anyway, Hogwarts Legacy, for example, I want to look like me. And then, for example, Witcher 3, obviously. What other game? Journey, for example. What other games would I be playing where I didn't look like me? Oh, do you know what character looks kind of like me? In SWTOR, I made a character who kind of looks like if you squint. I made a thicker, big booba Jedi girl. And then, not like me. No Man's Sky, not like me, because you literally, like, it's not in the character creator. Palia, I tried playing Palia for a little bit. I think my first beta version of that looked like me. And then stuff that I kind of, So, Final Fantasy XIV. Sorta. Like me. Yeah. Does Chieko in FF14 go for homeless guys? No. I only go for cat boys. If the cat boy is homeless, it is what it is. When I was a kid, my parents were worried I liked Scar and the Lion King so much. Villains can be cool. Well, I mean, he also had one of the best voice actors, and he had the coolest song. Be Prepared. And that was like Jeremy Irons. So good. Azara's Queen. I liked minor female villains for Kultiris and BFA 2. I love Scar as a character. Yeah, Scar's the best. Who cares about Simba or Mufasa? Nobody cares. Scar is the best. Let the cold water take you to be a better reality than the inferno you're living in right now. I think Guild Wars 2 is the only MMO I made like me as a human. Be Prepared was great. Yeah, it was, Ben. It was amazing. I think Guild Wars 2 is the only MMO I made like me as a human. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Guild Wars 2, I did a guy that I thought was cute, made out of trees. Anyway, let's keep going. I just think this woman needs to... I'm trying to think, did I project myself into books or onto a character? I mean, I wouldn't be lying if I didn't say it would be nice to see, like, someone similar-ish to me. I think the closest I ever got to similar-ish to me in media was Amy from Big Bang Theory. She's probably, like, the closest in terms of behavior and stuff. I think it's always a little bit fun to see yourself. And I do think guys do also enjoy projecting themselves in. It's just that I think women appear to have a problem with getting defensive, whereas a guy just goes in and is like, oh yeah, this could be me. Yay. Whereas a girl's like, this isn't exactly me. Or, oh, they made her sexy now. My life is over. So anyway.
Consistently implanted.
I've never wanted to look at myself on a screen, never tried to recreate myself in a game. I wouldn't want to recreate myself 100% in a game, but the idealized version of me, absolutely I would. Oh yeah. But once again, it might be a female thing. I don't know.
Their own unsettling ideas and creepy gaze into their games.
Damsels and trophy wives. Since the very beginning of the games industry, it, like many others, has been male-dominated, having been made by and made for men. The issue of female characters being over-sexualised and commodified to sell male fantasy has been discussed over and over the many years, spiking again recently with the popularisation of the term the male gaze, a term coined by Laura Mulvey.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's go back here.
As being over-sexualised and commodified to sell male fantasy has been discussed over and over the many years, spiking again recently with the popularisation of the term the male gaze.
The perspective of a notionally typical heterosexual man, considered as embodied in the audience or intended audience for films and other visual media, characterized by tendency to objectify or sexualize women. I mean, that's basically like the gacha male audience, right? Like you hear men critiquing the female creation of a character, and if they make her too fat, then it's woke and blah blah blah. So like there are men out there who are entitled about how sexualized, like Lord forbid there be, you know, a male character made or whatever. Like I do think there are men like that. They do exist. And are there men who exist who do view women as only sexual creatures, not having any other value beyond the pleasure that they can bring a person? Do I think those men exist? Yes, I do. But I don't think that's true to paint all men with that brush. Like, I just don't like the generalization of this, because I don't even think that the imbalanced male is representative of the majority. I think, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that the unbalanced male, the unhealthy male, represents a majority of men? Party, what do you think? Party is probably like more balanced than me, because I tend to be tougher on women. I don't know if Tickler is here as well. I certainly hope not. Like, I don't know. I mean, there are full countries of bros who treat women like second-class citizens. It's more like a vocal minority. Yeah, like what Wooly was talking about, like the fresh and fit manosphere. Due to current social shift, can ride momentum to scream louder? Possible. It probably represents the majority of teen males, which might be the primary audience. Yeah, I mean, teen males, their brains aren't matured, so they're going to view women maybe differently. But are even all teen males like that? Like, I'm thinking about my brothers. Like, were my brothers really like that? I don't know. %60 of young men are fresh and fit equals 60% of young men. I actually think men start out more unbalanced, aka immature, so they may only value looks at first, but I think eventually as they age, things matter a bunch more, like being smart and caring. I think looks are naturally what most people look at, though, question mark. Well, I mean, the first thing we see about a person is what they look like. So looks will always matter. That's true. And we're all immature at some point. So we all, like, men will have to grow out of it. I do think that the majority of men who are part of the manosphere or the fresh and fit are there because they're frustrated about other things. I feel that the men who are part of fresh and fit need to take responsibility for their lives, but at the same point in time, they represent the natural outcome of something in the same way that the far left blue-haired land whales represent something else. Because I'm not going to lie, I know exactly how some men will dismiss this woman.
In relation,
okay? I know exactly how men are going to dismiss this young woman. If we were in Asmon's chat right now and they were commenting on this woman's video, we all know what is the first thing that the men would say in that chat, either as a meme or absolutely serious. We know exactly what they would say. right? See, the thing is, I'm actually judging the amount of cutesy stuff she put on her wall and the amount of pink in her room, not actually what she looks like. But we all know, you know, I know, everyone knows, that if this video were being played on Asmon's channel, the first thing the men would criticize this woman about would be her looks. It would not be about her ideas. And that is a problem. And men need to start thinking about that, about how they talk about a woman that they disagree with on the screen. The first thing they talk about is what she looks like. And I think the reason why that they do it is because they also know that women, that's what women are going to react to. But that being said, I do think this girl is not actually being fair to the whole situation. Like this is very generalizing. I just don't know if, like, the whole male gaze thing, in my opinion, is absolute bosh. It's absolute bosh as far as I'm concerned. The game in the video is a fighting game. Looks is everything. Yeah, I just assumed it was about a genre. Like, why are you going to a specific genre and you're going, what is this? Hello, hello? What do we got here? It's like, this is the genre. If you don't like it, play another genre and you'll be fine. Wooly says, the male gaze is not about actual men. Yeah, I know. It's about dominant, assumed perspective. Male gaze presents all things to a mythical, straight, white male frame of reference. Yes, but setting that aside, Wooly, the problem that I have is that we can all sit around all day long, right? And we could go, oh yeah, male gaze, absolute bullshit, just ideology about men, right? But my issue is women like this start applying it to the men. They start accusing game devs of being sexist. Now, some game devs are sexist, but they start accusing like game devs without even using qualifiers, right? They start ignoring the importance of taking into consideration genre. Simp made a good point here. She seems to be talking about Japanese games. Japan is a bit crazy with fan service. She's not even taking into consideration the different cultures that are involved in video games. So I just feel like it's all very easy for us to go, oh, well, it's just, a framework. But this framework is being applied to real men. And if you're going to apply it to real men, you have to have proof. And I just feel like cherry picking the bad guys out of a large pool of men to prove an intellectual framework is ridiculous. Epic says, exactly, men and women either forgot how to interact with each other or never knew how to begin with. Yeah. To be fair to this lady, tomboy erasure in fiction is an ongoing crime. I do agree, Willie. I will agree with her that erasing tomboys has actually damaged women to the point where you have girls now thinking that they are men simply because they have early interests in tomboy activities. The erasure of tomboys has destroyed a more holistic view of what being a female can involve. But to be fair, Chieko, regarding Asmon's chat, they do the very same to guys in videos as well. I have seen them make comments about men's voices as being gay or not gay, like flamboyant or not flamboyant. That I do remember. Asmongold, yeah, by the way, I don't want to pick beef with Asmongold. I do not blame Asmongold for what his chat says. Sometimes his chat is just wild. I love Asmongold. He's my Roach King. OTK. The one and only. The balding one. She's not even unattractive. She's okay. I would probably put her at like a, 5 or 6? She's nice. I mean, I don't like the color pink. I'm going to be honest. That wallpaper, I would cover up that wallpaper too, probably. Maybe. Wait a minute. I think the wallpaper is Harry Potter. No, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Worm. No, it is. It is. The wallpaper is... I'm fairly certain the wallpaper on her wall is Harry Potter, and she's covering up Harry Potter. We should cancel her. If we look here, it says Moony Wormtail, right? Women judging women at work. It's a lot of competition, frustration, sex. Maybe we watch them outside in real life. There's another story. Yeah. But here's the thing. Nowadays, you can't have Harry Potter on your wall. She's hiding her transphobia. Kidding. She's probably not transphobic. Okay. What flag? Oh, there's a pink flag here. What is that pink flag? What does that pink flag mean? What is that? What does this mean? I don't know this thing. Does anyone know what this flag means? It's the color of red and pink and white. Okay, wait a minute. Let me take a look. Google flags. I don't even know how to ask. Oh, lesbian, maybe? Is it lesbian? No. Okay, wait a minute. But, no. Oh, there's so many flags. Maybe it's breast cancer or something. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going. We're going to hear about trophy wives any minute now. Trophy wives. Same gender attraction. Look, if she's a lesbian, it is what it is, okay? She's got a lot of girls on the wall, so I wouldn't be surprised. But let's hear what she has to say about trophy wives, okay?
As being over-sexualized and commodified to self-male fantasy has been discussed over and over the many years, spiking again recently with the popularization of the term the male gaze, a term coined by Laura Mulvey in relation to a theory of sexualizing and objectifying women in the way they are portrayed and framed in media, taking the perspective of a heterosexual man, depicting women as nothing more than something for men to view, own, and conquer. Female characters tended to fall into one of two categories, either a damsel in distress or eye candy, both usually resulting in the female having no autonomy, being used as a trophy wife or used as a tool for the male character's growth. For example, a woman being used as stolen goods to provide motivation for the male protagonist, rather than being her own individual, fully realised person.
I just want to say that a large portion of this comes from sheer ignorance. Sheer ignorance, okay? The rescued, so let's say damsel in distress, and the hoe. Okay, what about the Divine Mother, Galadriel? Number 4, the warrior, Éowyn. Number 5, The loyal wife. Oh, what was her name? Odysseus's wife. I just totally blipped. Began with a P. Not Persephone. Does anyone remember Odysseus's wife? Began with a P. Penelope. / Arwen. Then there's also like the sage or seeress, just like the wise woman, right? The warrior could also be what's her face from Ripley, right? Like there are tons and tons and tons of the strategist, which would be Gellis from Dorothy Dennet's books. And then, of course, we have the crone. We have, let's say, the Dark Mother or Devouring Mother. Ursula. Sir. Yep. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here, okay? These are all like basic, right? These are basic. We could keep going, okay, guys? We could keep going. Do you know why? Because we're well read, all right? My chat is full of intelligent people here, except for maybe Leo, but you know, win some, lose some. So, okay, joking, Leo, I love you, but the hoe in distress. But if we take a little look here, like there's so many types. Here's the thing, okay? We have to understand that not all entertainment is going to have this level of inclusivity of types. Like, maybe we should just let the bros have some stuff where it's just simple and straightforward for them. And they don't need to cover all of their bases all the time. In the same way that girls don't need to cover all their bases all the time. I will say, though, that female novels do tend to have a high range of different male types. But that's because the whole point of a female, how shall I say it? The female entertainment with a romance novel is the psychology of the people involved. So there's going to be more variety because you want to keep things fresh. But with a video game, you're just literally hitting something most of the time. Let's all be real here. Like Party, you put her too long in the MSQ, she starts going, and then we have to take her to a dungeon, okay? Because if Party doesn't go in a dungeon at some point in the evening, like things are going to go sideways. Because some people just want to go into a game and hit something. They don't need to know that this lady or this man is, you know, this way or that way. Now, I recognize Jonathan will probably come out of the woodwork and be like the aristocratic poo and be like, actually, the what are they called? Street Fighter genres have deep lore, but the stories and their narratives and the characters are extremely dimensional, la la la. But you know what I mean? Some people just want to go in and play Diablo 4 or Diablo 3 or PoE, and they just want to kill things. They don't really care about the story. The story doesn't have to be there. Yennefer. Yennefer is the whole warrior. Yennefer's the bitch. I mean, what? I love Yennefer. I'm actually a Yennefer fan. I felt represented by Yennefer. Street Fighter doesn't start out with a half-hour dissertation on the backstory. And yeah. Japanese fighting game lore is a psychedelic fever dream. I think that is a cop-out. I think women could have more variety, like say how men vary in media. Women writers have this problem as well as men. Yes, okay. I personally think I could sit down, and I have provably sat down, and I have it in Discord, all of the types that men can be written in. And I proved that in Discord already. But, wait 1 second. Ben is showing Street Fighter lore stuff, I assume. Where was I talking about male archetypes? There are tons of them. Okay. There are tons. Where did I put it? Was it in writer or was it in books? The Protector. Let's do that. Yeah. So this was like a starting sample that I came up with for romances. And this was starting tropes for romances. Okay? There are tons of archetypes for men and women that exist. But I'm going to be frank with you. If we're going to talk about lack of diversification or lack of dimensionality, it is almost always, okay, so lack of diverse representation or lack of complex I want to make up a word, dimensionality, is largely due to one of two things. One, authorial skill. Two, genre/audience expectations. That's right, taste. I honestly think that a large portion is A, people can't write well, or B, it simply is not needed within the genre. Why would you do it? Right? Same thing for women writers writing about romances. There are different kinds of men. The rake, the boss, the friend, the protector, the misunderstood, the curse, the everyman, the sweetheart, the talent. We could even break it down into this up here. We could take this and we could transform it, right? So the hoe is the rake, the divine father, the warrior, we would probably not, well, we could say the loyal husband, but yeah, we could say the loyal husband, or the sage or the seer, the strategist, that would be Nicolo, the mentor father, right? The tyrannical father. These archetypes work for both male and female. The issue isn't the lack of archetypes. The issue is that the people either don't know how to write them well, or the audience or genre expectations are not required for that. Because not every piece of media that we have to consume needs to be, you know, supportive for what everyone else requires. So, like, it would be like blaming Animal Crossing for not having combat because you love Elden Ring. That's absolutely stupid. So going into like a video game that you know shows peak humans being extremely sexy or handsome or attractive, and then complaining that it doesn't have diverse representation of women is stupid, because that's not what that genre is intended to provide. And going after a Street Fighter for not having, let's say, an ugly woman is just silly. It would be like asking a romance novel to have an ugly man. Although I would argue there are some sub niches where you could probably get away with writing about an unattractive male. I doubt anyone goes to a fighting game looking for deep archetypal exploration. I doubt it. I also doubt it, Wooly. But why should a woman go into a Street Fighter game expecting to see realistic representation of a female body? Now, I do agree, like Wooly pointed out, it was unfortunate that they lost the tomboy character. That's unfortunate. We can talk about the loss of the tomboy. Absolutely, 110%. But to suggest that there can't be some media that services what men are looking for is, in my opinion, unfair. I don't want a man to come into my media and try to shit on my media and try to take away what is important to me. It's like people coming into Final Fantasy XIV and wanting it to be this hardcore raiding experience. I don't want it to be that. Leave my game alone. Go play another game. Same thing here. We shouldn't go into a male game, a male-focused, male-centric game, dominated by male players, and expect to service a 2% population of female players who are, triggered because they don't see any non-sexy female character in it. That's unfair. Or it could be they're doing the psychological contemporary type of writing and not care for archetypes or even try to subvert them somehow. Exactly, Leo. Well, in her case, she attached to the tomboy and felt betrayed by her re-portrayal as a bimbo. On that aspect, I felt for her. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think there are lots of men who, for example, let's say they really fasten on, let's say, a paladin female. And then the next time the series comes around, the female has transformed into a bimbo who's a hoe. And she loses that aspect of her that is elevated and moral, for example. A lot of people would feel extremely cheated and would be upset. But I don't like how it's being linked to systemic male oppression, because I don't think that's the case. I think it's society wanting certain things or transforming over time, usually because of money, to in order to make more money, they grew that character up and made her sexy. And it was, I don't think the devs were, I highly doubt, it could be possible, but I highly doubt the devs were like, haha, we have erased another tomboy. Can't wait to get another tomboy out. Now, I could imagine some really, really bitter incels, happy to remove a tomboy character because they've lost the plot. But I just don't think that the removal of Cassandra from being this tomboy into being a more sexual character is because a whole bunch of males in society are sitting around rubbing their hands, eager to transform every tomboy into a sexy character. I just think the extrapolation from this situation is wild. But, typical of YouTube. So let's keep going.
Super Mario Bros. Was released in 1985, introducing the infamous Italian plumber to the world in his very first mainline game after parting ways with Donkey Kong to pursue his own original story. Alongside this came the introduction of Princess Peach, a beloved character of the franchise today, created by Shigeru Miyamoto as an honorary damsel in distress. When women give their opinion on Peach, I've noticed a common trend. They adored her when they were younger, as she was the only girl in the game. However, as they grew up, they became increasingly frustrated with her trophy-like position, enjoying the gameplay rather than the characters, since Peach lacked any autonomy. This, however, was slightly challenged in the newest mainline game, Super Mario Odyssey. The story does continue the traditional format. Bowser kidnaps Peach, and you as Mario must rescue her. However, as you reach the final scene, Mario approaches Peach to finally propose. However, Bowser swiftly barges in as both aggressively try to propose to her, and for the first time, Peach isn't dismissive towards his feelings. Rather, she bluntly rejects both of them, storming off home, taking the Odyssey ship and abandoning the pair as they wallow pathetically together. Later on, post-game, she is seen travelling the world independently, fully capable and grounded, not quite the damsel in distress anymore, nor fawning over Mario in an act of gratitude or as a reward. She merely greets him like any other person. There was recently a trailer released for the upcoming Super Mario movie, coming in spring 2023, where it depicted Luigi, Mario's brother, as the damsel and Peach as the hero, taking the lead alongside Mario. These changes over recent years have changed Peach's profile as a character significantly, and the way we identify her is beginning to shift away from the traditional fairy tale narrative of a male hero and a female damsel. Nintendo also has another famous damsel, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, from the series The Legend of Zelda. The fated hero Link defeats evil incarnate Ganon, and in doing so rescues Zelda. However, Zelda is an equal third of the Triforce. Link has courage, Ganon has strength, and Zelda has wisdom. So why the damsel treatment? Surely she's powerful enough. Hell, the only time the princess is taken seriously is when she disguises herself as a man, such as Sheik. However, in the latest mainline installment, Zelda Breath of the Wild, while you play as Link, the story expands more on Zelda's character and motives through a series of regained memories and diary entries. Zelda certainly had personality in prior games, but it was always quite minimal and safe, and didn't allow fans to empathise with her on a human level. However, this game works to humanise her as she trains tirelessly to awaken the sacred power within herself, praying incessantly and disregarding her own desires. Zelda takes on this responsibility single-handedly, blaming herself for not being able to provide the power to save Hyrule. Strangely enough, the way she awakens the sacred sealing power is not through the gods, but by devoting herself to protecting Link. Alongside her in-depth understanding of the Guardians, mechanical beasts that she had dedicated herself to researching in preparation for the war. After she had finally awoken the power, Link collapses, now being on the brink of death. Instead of being the damsel in distress in the situation, it becomes her role to save his life, putting him into an 100-year stasis to recover. When you inevitably wake as Link and go on to fight Ganon, rather than saving Zelda, you are instead backing her up, as she has been in a 100-year-long battle with Ganon, needing the Triforce of Courage, Link, to help shift the tide of the battle between strength and wisdom. Zelda is even the one to deliver the finishing blow. This is significant, as it shows serious development of Princess Zelda, and her drifting away from the perception of being a weak and powerless side character, and instead focusing more centrally on her in the plot, and her empowerment as well as expressing her flaws, humanising her and giving her room for genuine believable growth that we can become invested in. She has gone from disinteresting damsel to a well-developed character that we, the audience, can enjoy, relate to, and invest in. Often women tend to lose interest in games that see them as nothing more than sexual objects or trophies. So it's no surprise that these issues run rampant in mostly male-dominated genres, such as fighter games. These developers seem to misunderstand that they are isolating an entire half of their audience. Women make up currently 48% of games.
Okay, let's parse this, right? Let's parse this. One of my issues with some of this stuff is that it's not taking into consideration, first off, that women don't have to be physically BAMF in order to have power in a story. A woman can be a catalyst. A catalyst can be extremely powerful. A woman can be a supporter. So I'm reminded of Hinata in Naruto Shippuden. I'm reminded of Toru Honda in Fruits Basket. Neither of now, don't get me wrong. Hinata has her strengths as a ninja, as a shinobi, as a kunoichi specifically, but she is by no means like as amazing as some of the other characters. And Toru Honda is just a normal girl in a modern day society. But one of the interesting things about both of those characters is that they transform the world around them with their words. So to suggest that a female character has been undercut simply because she is more, let's say, a wisdom-focused character or more of a seeress is, I think, actually playing into the false binary that power is only physical. So you either have power or you don't have power via the physical world, the physical means. And this is where I have a huge issue, because there are a lot of people out there who, in the name of feminism and representation and inclusivity, try to make it so that women are basically becoming like men. And this is really damaging. And it's also damaging, by the way, to men who are not as physically strong or is not as tall or not as big. Because how do you think what kind of message are you sending to another man or even women by saying you aren't going to have any meaning in your life if you can't pick up a sword and start whacking people with it, or if you don't have lots of magic coming out of your skin and you're just oozing it? I think it's actually damaging, because I personally prefer, for me, this sounds strange, but I actually like characters who use their brains. I know, crazy. So one of my favorite stories ever in the world, Dorothy Dinette's House of Nicolo series, the main male character isn't dangerous because of his physical capabilities, which he is quite physically capable by the end of it. It's his mental acumen and his ability to manipulate people. And boy, howdy, he's manipulating entire countries. He manipulates most of Europe. And that, to me, makes him incredibly more fascinating and interesting and sexy than the fact that he can, be powerful and just like whack a sword around. So I think it's damaging to shit on characters that do not have the appearance of obvious power, especially when it's not taking into account lore, narrative, genre expectations, and all of that. Like, I think it's silly. And then another thing is, do you notice how she just swept all of us women together? Did you notice that in her words? She was like, you're making half of your potential blah 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 feel not included. Don't include me in your problem, bish, okay? Don't include me in your problem. Now, if every single video game had a woman waiting around to get rescued, if every single video game had big titty women in like ridiculous clothing, I would be upset. I would be upset. I would say something. I would make my own game. I would stop playing. But video games are so unique, and there's such a broad range of video games. What, like you have to cherry pick at this stage in order to like prove your point. I'm annoyed at her saying humanizing when sure they fleshed her out more, but she was still human and important character in other games. I also thought that like Link was at one point like anyway, yeah. Party should know, actually. Party is a major Legend of Zelda fan. Like, do you think Princess Zelda was weak and a total damsel in distress from the beginning? I thought she was like cross-dressing as some person. Is that Shake? I don't know. I haven't played. Can't escape the archetype forever? No. So she's okay for the men to be losers and belittled as long as that puts Peach above them? Cool. So the critical attack where she butt slams the opponent's face with her ass is just an exaggeration of that move. You know, the D&D movie worked well with the fleshed out females. Then again, I didn't try using another IP as a feminist skin suit. True. mean, use the D&D IP, I suppose. I mean, even Tomoyo is an amazing character in Cardcaptor, and she's supporting and not strong. Exactly. Exactly, party. I don't think they're isolating a large part of the audience because those individuals are not part of the audience. 48% of gamers are female, yes, but most female gamers play mobile. Yeah. What about you guys? Guys, you need to be making a video essay about how you're not represented in farming sims and merge games. She sounds like she needs every female character to be an ROP, Rope, Rop, Galadriel. Yeah. Zelda would get captured a lot at the end of the game, pre-Breath of the Wild. I don't know. Link sneaks in to find her at the castle, and she basically tells him about Ganon, which is important. I feel like she's both a damsel, but she also does help you in some cases. But that's also what men gamers wanted at the beginning. It literally changing now because there are only so many times you can save the princess before it gets boring. That trope works. I don't know. I feel like she's overthinking it. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. If it was every single game of every single video game with a male and a female, I'd be worried. But, like, this is one IP that has, like, a trope that they like to work with. I don't want to be represented in match 3 comfy farm games. What you mean, Wooly? We need to have our skinhead 75-year-old grandpas represented. That took me a little while. My headache is not getting better, everyone. I might have to take medication. I hope it's not tetanus. That's all I'm going to say.
Audiences, according to a study by Jay Clementine that looks at what percentage of gamers in the US identify as female. Women have made up a sizable portion of gamers for decades, all the while being underrepresented and ignored by game developers, within the creation of the media, characters, and even the marketing. Maybe what they need is women in the workforce to help shift the perspective. The reality of the...
Okay, this is going to be interesting, guys, because do you remember that one video that we watched and we tore it apart because it was done by that bro who was like hard coping? Because he kept showing pictures of female game developers, but then like the next minute he was saying that the industry is largely male. Nintendo as a brand had a damsel in distress problem, and Nita feminist frequency is 90% about Nintendo. I like playing as Samwise in Lord of the Rings movie tie-in games. No, not decades. Okay, so let's hear what she thinks about the reality of the workplace.
The workplace. The rates of female employment within the gaming industry has been consistently, utterly, and abysmally low. A 2008 report by the online games magazine MCV found that core creation and developmental roles for women in the industry sat at an incredibly small 6.9%. How can an industry half funded by women have less than a tenth of its core workers even be female? It's just downright absurd. It is not that women are not interested in the industry either. Rather, they are downright ignored and robbed of opportunities, being seen as lesser than and incompetent in the field. In a 2009 skill set study, they found that women represented 4% of the game industry's workforce, a third of the 12% they found only 3 years prior in a previous study. This encompassing both the developmental and non-developmental roles women occupied within the industry. A decade later, in 2019, according to business data platform Statista, the number had significantly grown to 24% of game developers being female, against a whopping 71% of developers being male, and the other 4% belonging to either transgender, non-binary, or other identities. While this is an incredible amount of progress and an impressive feat, it is only a step in levelling the playing field, and while numbers may grow, another issue rises. Many female employees say that they are less respected, are not taken as seriously, and often get the short end of the stick, having to work 10 times harder just to be robbed of promotions and better roles in favour of a male employee. In some cases, this escalates further into sexual harassment and workplace abuse. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the company Activision Blizzard, hot topic as of late, having recently been taken to court over mountains of allegations
Blizzard.
of sexual harassment, abuse and hostility. Activision Blizzard faced a lawsuit for their mistreatment of their female employees. The court documents state, unlike its customer base of increasingly diverse player, defendants' workforce is only about 20% women. Its top leadership is also exclusively male and white. They go on to discuss the issue of top positions being exclusively held in the past and present by white men, going on to say that the few women who do reach higher roles earn less salary, incentive pay and total compensation than their male peers. While this is evident across the industry, the popularity of the 2021 case brought it under the public eye more. However, this is only a portion of the case. What it focuses on heavily is not just the underpayment and underemployment of women, but the hostility, sexual harassment and abuse they face. Defendants have also fostered a pervasive frat boy workplace culture that continues to thrive in the office. Women are subjected to cube crawls, where male employees drink copious amounts of alcohol and often engage in inappropriate behaviour towards female employees.
Okay. I love talking about this situation because Activision Blizzard was fucked. Male employees proudly come into work hungover, play video games for long periods of time during work, while delegating the responsibility to female employees, which appears to, by the way, have tangentially been supported by the one woman coming out to talk about Thor. Incidentally, turns out that Thor was like spending most of his time on Reddit instead of doing his actual work, which was quality checking Diablo 3. Engaging in banter about their sexual encounters, talk openly about female bodies, and joke about rape. Which, by the way, joking about rape in front of a woman, iffy. I wouldn't do it. You never know what kind of a woman you're talking to, because it is a very deeply personal thing for a lot of women. And if you don't know if that woman has had an experience, I would just never joke about rape. There's just some things you should not, like, just look at your audience and think, we got a woman here. Maybe don't crack that rape joke.
They're described to have delegated their work responsibilities to female employees while slacking off playing games all day, while openly they engage in banter about their sexual encounters, talk openly about female bodies, and joke about rape.
And there were people stealing breast milk. Okay, so this was a very famous situation. Now, part of me was like, how much of this is hyperbolic? But let's take it all at face value and say Activision Blizzard. And we also know, by the way, that Ubisoft tends to hire family members. So people get up to a lot of bullshit in Ubisoft, especially in France and in Canada, in Montreal. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ubisoft and other certain games are like their stuff, they're filled with assholes. But guys, how much of this do you think is society? And how much of this do you think is somebody was not managing these people correctly? Like, is anyone else here thinking, okay, setting aside how they treated women, okay? Setting aside how they might have viewed women, is anyone else here thinking that this is an okay behavior for any kind of work? Like, at some point, you have to ask yourself, where was management? Like, where was management? And so for me, this speaks not really about society as a whole and how they treat women. This tells me that there was a severe management issue. Now, I do find it interesting that the most liberal men of my acquaintance tend to say as many problematic things as the most fundamentalist conservative men have ever said to me. I've heard some things from fundamentalist conservative men, like fundies that you wouldn't even believe. And I've heard liberal men say the worst kind of things about women that I personally found extremely offensive and patronizing. I think liberal men can be as equally problematic about how they talk about and to women as a fundamentalist right-winger, far right-winger. I personally think there are tons of men as well who fake being progressive in order to get a job or to get with a woman. Like those fake white knight type who like pretend to actually care about women when they actually don't. So I'm not surprised that this kind of stuff does exist, but I don't think it's only in the video game industry to begin with. And this level of craziness in Activision Blizzard has to point to like a systemic managerial problem. Daniel Green was a fake male feminist. Yes, basically simp. When is this video made? 2015? No, it was made 2 years ago. So 2023, Sylvius. Okay, let's see what people are saying. 10 to 15 years. They aren't funding hardcore games. Good point, Simp. Marvel and Lucasfilms listened to these people. Now they lost their male audience. Correct, Simp. Yeah, I do agree. But you know what? Let's not even think about the men, okay? Let's pretend men don't matter. They're losing the female audience. Do you think a bunch of women who are watching Love Island want to watch The Acolyte? Let's get real here, okay? Let's get real here. Right? If they were actually targeting a female audience like Marvel and Lucasfilms, they wouldn't be putting as many female characters at the front. Because they would be putting like even Wonder Woman had Chris Pine at her side looking extremely sexy and very competent. You are not going to get an average, normal, head screwed on straight woman like me to watch your video or watch your film or play your video game if you're shitting on the people that I want to fantasize about. I'm here to enjoy Doctor Strange. I'm here to enjoy Loki. Actually, I'm here to enjoy Shang-Chi. I'm not here to watch them being made jokes. I'm here for Daredevil. I actually think Daredevil's very attractive. Might be because he's also blind, but he's attractive. He has cool black. Anyway, he's attractive. I don't want to see him being made fun of. And I'm a female. Shay probably agrees with me too. I bet Party agrees with me. We're fine with some female representation, but if it takes over and undercuts how the men are being represented, who wants to watch that? Your average female isn't going to want to watch it. This logic sort of destroyed Star Wars and Marvel. They want them back, though, but have the same people who made men steer away. Go figure. This chick is why gatekeeping is good. For having misogynies. It is interesting. It is interesting, Wooly. Yeah, a lot of misogynies at New Blizzard. WoW Blizzard needs to fix the workplace, not change the product to appeal to women. Yeah, they need to fix the workplace. Blizzard was trashed long before that lawsuit. I mean, obviously. Where's Activision located? California, I think. Shocked, I say. Ubisoft is a Nepo company? Yeah, and I heard that I heard rumors, okay, guys? I heard rumors that the family gets up to shit in Ubisoft. You know what I mean? A Party says, well, I like keep jokes about repay to my personal time if I was into that. It's so disrespectful, unprofessional. It's unprofessional. this whole situation of Activision Blizzard, like, yes, the misogyny or the sexism, okay, let's talk about that. But, like, let's also talk about the lack of professionalism. How are they bringing alcohol to work? How are they crawling around in cubicles and, like, playing video games instead of doing their work? Do you know what would happen? Do you know what this is? This here is the entitlement of the middle class. This is middle class entitlement right here. Because you're not doing this if you're in a Starbucks or even in a Starbucks or a Tim Hortons. You try to do this in a busy Tim Hortons, you're done. You're out. In normal software shops, you pull this crap, you get canned. Yeah. This is absolutely unprofessional. Daniel Green was a fake male feminist. Yeah, I need to up my soggy knee game. Keep trying, Willie. You'll get there one day. Still have money on Pedro Pascal being involved in a scandal any day now. Well, we never know. I hope that he doesn't. I hope he keeps on the straight and narrow, but you never know. Liberal men are as possessive, but are under the veil of empathy in the right side of history, so they think they're doing good by telling women what to do and how to act. Yeah. Good night, simp. No one watched The Acolyte except YouTubers for context. At least fundamentalists aren't hiding it. He's also a lawyer, so he's a nice catch. I play WoW for the awesome dude bros. And the Atron who got done dirty in the cinematic. Good night, Miro. Rest well. Blizzard is in Irvine, California. Yeah. The game was fantastic when the devs were playing WoW and other games. I played WoW and swore toward the devs. It was great. WoW fans despise that devs don't play the game daily. That's fair. It should be mandatory, yeah. Good night, Epic. Lots of people going to bed. We're closing in on 11. Well, hopefully we can finish this video before midnight. Let's keep playing. I just want to say that, like, this is a real situation that happened. I think there were probably sexist men hanging in this company. There's no doubt about it in my mind. But another question we probably should have is, like, where was management? Where was management at this stage? This is ridiculous. But anyway. All right, let's keep going.
And the worst part is, this is not uncommon within the industry. While the games industry needs a shift in employment, having a larger female workforce doesn't entirely fix it, as there are still inherent issues of misogyny, creating a workspace where it's debatable whether or not they'll be treated well. Some refuse to acknowledge the improvements they would bring to the teams, and instead see it as merely a statistic they must somewhat fix for appearances. But what's the point of a 20% female employment rate when they are actively making the workplace a living hell for them and underestimating and underusing them? It's just a shameful waste of incredible talent. While AAA gaming companies' rates of female employment slowly increase, it's important to check whether or not they are being mistreated, since a woman's safe space is certainly not within a company's office that has fostered sexist and misogynistic ideals both in their products and inside of their staffing. However, not all is bad. This Activision Blizzard lawsuit resulted in an $18 million settlement and has shaken the industry itself, bringing the issues to light and urging others to change their attitudes, as this behaviour will no longer be ignored and excused. Let's go back to the 2000s, where a certain game developer had a new concept for a game with a female protagonist for a change, who found it essential to hire a woman to design the cast of his latest game, seeking a woman's touch for the project.
Bayonetta.
How Bayonetta came to be. Hideki Kamiya was well known within the industry for his trademark stylish action games of the past, originally working for Clover Studio, who were responsible for Capcom's Beautiful Joe 2, Okami, and God Hand. All very great action games that severely underperformed at the time, resulting in Clover unfortunately disbanding. Kamiya and his fellow staff members would start from scratch, building a new team working under Sega. This development team would go on to become Platinum Games. In the early days of Platinum, Kamiya worked on primarily what he admitted were cash grab games. However, an ex-Capcom dev and fellow employee, Yusuke Hashimoto, had noticed Kamiya working on an unusual project ideas that seemed strangely out of character for him. In a casual conversation, he brought up the topic of new projects and Kamiya going back to his roots and creating a thrilling, stylish action game like he had in the past. After the conversation, Kamiya was inspired and quickly came up with new ideas for a new badass action title. Since the team were familiar with making these sort of games, they decided to play into their strengths, their mission statement for this new project being to create a methodical and acrobatic 3D action game, the production of which we would face head-on as a team, pouring every ounce of our knowledge and skill into achieving our objective. Bayonetta was the perfect project for the team. Their vision came together quickly, and they even called themselves Team Little Angels. The idea for gameplay, character and story came together very early on in development, the titular character's name being decided upon from the very beginning. Bayonetta, quite literally a feminisation of a weapon, a bayonet, simply adding an A to the end. It's a little cheesy, but it fits the campy vibe of the game. The concept from day one was an ancient witch revived in modern times. One who could fight short range, punching and kicking with her guns, as well as shoot from afar. And thus, the angel smiting, demon summoning, quad pistol wielding witch was born. Bayonetta was built to be a new iconic female character in an area that Kamiya felt severely lacked it. Feeling he had done all he could with male protagonists, he wanted a breath of fresh air, stating, "We wanted to bring a new flavour into the market, and I knew a female lead would accomplish exactly that. Bayonetta is known for her dominatrix look, and at first glance, some people even call her out for being the epitome of male gaze. But I believe this is a crude misunderstanding of the very essence of her. To begin with, Kamiya believed she must be designed by a woman to avoid any misrepresentation, wanting to give her an unmistakably female perspective to her design and fashion. He knew from the beginning that he wanted the female designer, Mari Shimazaki, for the project. Kamiya asked Mari to design a character with 3 traits. 1, a female lead. 2, a modern witch. And 3, she uses 4 guns. As well as...
I just want to say that it is entirely possible for a woman to come in and be like, hey, I'm going to make a super sexy lady. I think there are some people who see a woman in game dev space and they think she's just a token. She was just chosen. I remember watching some people responding to the Diablo 4 dev ladies who were a little bit pudgy, you know, like within my sphere of things. And people, actually probably a little bit less than me, and people were like dogging on them. Like, it was bad. It was really stupid. And frankly, some of them were like, oh, they're ugly. And I'm like, maybe I want my female devs to be normal looking and put all of their energy into a good game instead of thinking about how much makeup they put on their face. So like, part of me is like, damned if you do, damned if you don't, you know? Like, if you are a marginally attractive woman and you're made up too much or whatever, or you're too pretty, it's like, oh, is she spending enough time, you know, being a professional? And then if she isn't, and she's clearly like doing her best within what she's got, well, then she's not worth anything because she doesn't look fit or pretty. And so that to me is, once again, there's some voices within the male community of video games that does bother me. And that's why I'm black pilled. Because like both men and women are just, you know, as a human race, we are constantly just behaving like complete assholes. But what I really like to say is that there are lots of women out there who want to engage in making beautiful people, beautiful things. And like Ishikawa was an amazing video game writer. You know, there's this lady who made a super sexy person, Bayonetta. But I think the problem is that some of these creatives come out and they start virtue signaling on their platforms about what they're intending to do with their shit. And it's like, stop it. Just let us enjoy this game. Don't cram in too much ideology and we'll all be good. We'll respect you as a creative. It's when the creatives start like getting on a moral pedestal about their stuff, when there's no pedestal to get on, it's kind of like, what are you doing? Let it go. I forgot she cosplayed this part. Well, and this is another thing. She's talking about like representation of females and stuff and sexualization, when the whole point of makeup is intended to accentuate your face for a very specific reason. Now, there are lots and lots of women who say, well, I put on makeup because I want to be pretty. Okay. But hear me out. Large reasons of why makeup even exists to begin with is to accentuate your features in order to be noticed by the opposite sex, or whatever sex it is that you're attempting to, like, whatever, other women, whatever. So, like, I understand that there are lots of women who get into fashion and who wear makeup because they genuinely, intrinsically enjoy looking good. Okay? But the reason why things like enhancing the redness of your lips exists is there is a biological, for some women, I can't even guess on how many, but there is a biological reason why you would put certain colors on your face. That's all I'm saying. I paint my face with fun colors and glitter. Yeah. This girl, like, if we are looking at this cosplay, obviously she's cosplaying for a reason, right? She's cosplaying to make a point. I'm not saying women can't be sexy, and I'm not saying women can't doll themselves up, but what I guess I'm trying to suggest is that if I go to the beach and I'm wearing a bathing suit, I shouldn't be surprised if someone picks me up and throws me in the water. That's what I'm trying to say. I just think that it's great if a woman is divorcing her beautification as being part of her personal mode of expression. But the problem is that personal mode of expression comes with historical baggage. And to pretend that historical baggage doesn't exist, yeah, it's tough. But it's really nice to see that, you know, these devs went and asked a woman and said, hey, can you design a woman for us? And it reminds me of Stellar Blade. Does everyone remember the Stellar Blade controversy, where people were accusing the developers of not knowing how to make a woman? And so then they had to trot out the actual model that Stellar Blade was based off of. Very sad. Very, very sad.
His insistence on her having a black wardrobe, feeling it was the most natural choice for a witch. Mary began drawing dozens and dozens of designs with a range of cool, chic, fashionable styles. Most of the early drafts were the ones that stuck, and were the very foundation for her final design. She dons a beehive hairstyle to resemble a witch's hat. wearing a bodysuit for flexibility and agility, and her hair being an integral part of her design. Her clothes even being made out of it, and coming off when she needs to use it for a demonic summon, called a Wicked Weave, visually reflecting the limit of her power she is using at any given time. This usage of her hair ties to old witchcraft's placement of importance on hair. In folklore, witches' magical powers are said to be bound to their hair, so much so that in witch hunts of times long past, they would often shave the heads of those suspected to be witches. It was to make them powerless, humiliate, and weaken them. Mary states in an early blog post, Bayonetta's long hair is the source of her power, and she normally wears it around her body in means of adornment and protection. Bayonetta uses these powers to change up her hairstyle and fashion whenever she so pleases, being a very proud, fashionable woman who refuses to be outdated. Platinum was so insistent on her being iconic and fashionable that her body's elongate proportions resemble that of the fashion sketches. Fitting the aesthetic, Bayonetta even struts through the game as if she were on a catwalk. Platinum even went so far as to hire a Ukrainian model, Olena Dats, to do an editorial fashion style photo shoot alongside a live-action advertisement cosplaying her to promote the game in Japan.
Those were the times.
Subverting the male gaze.
Nothing. What the?
I've often seen a girl without lipstick, but lipstick without a girl. Most curious, isn't it, Cheshire?
Going back to Mulvey's theory, she speaks on how women in film are sexualised to disarm them and make them unthreatening. Bayonetta contrasts this, as her sexualisation only empowers her and makes her even more ridiculously strong. But back to the topic of Wicked Weaves. This leads to scenes in the game where she uses particularly strong attacks, such as demon summoning, where her hair-made outfit slips away in favour of controlling a hellish monster. Even as this summon leaves her body exposed, she's not embarrassed. It isn't done in a way that makes her look weak or vulnerable. Rather, she's displaying such immense power in that moment that the very thought of objectifying her is near impossible. She's a character who owns her body and sexuality like no other. The game views Bayonetta as an active subject, rather than a passive object that is purely for male erotic gratification. Platinum also seem to go out of their way in how they angle and show Bayonetta. In Mulvey's theory, it discusses how a woman's body is segmented and filmed in parts by the camera. But in Bayonetta, she is shown in full body shots, showing her as a full person, rather than objectifying her parts. There is a scene in the intro sequence when she is first shown fighting the Divine and angelic spears slice her clothes off of her body. The camera purposely runs along sexual parts of her body, alongside soft moan sounds accompanying it. But it is abruptly cut off by Bayonetta's battle grunts. Before you can digest this as erotica, she swiftly switches into a bodysuit, battling the angels with fierce, unyielding power. Platinum used this scene to subvert expectations, almost parodying the idea of being able to objectify her. As soon as the camera begins to do...
I'm going to be honest, all I was thinking about Bayonetta's bodysuit is like, how does she go to the washroom? But I now see that she can kind of wish her bodysuit off so she can like go to the washroom at any point in time and it's totally fair. Like it's totally going to be okay. The very thought of objectifying her seems impossible. Thirsty Boys challenge accepted. Okay. It is possible for a character to be incredibly sexy and worthy of a thirsty boy and to also have dimensionality and to be positioned in a way that isn't like meat on a chopping block. Now, I will say that there are probably a lot of video games where they literally do look at the titties and the ass, okay? Let's not kid ourselves here, boys, okay? Let's not lie to ourselves here. Same thing with women. Women will have those romance novels that we've talked about that objectify guys too. But the difference, like I said before, if you ever read a romance novel is that they usually describe the whole body from head to toe. And that's why I'm saying women like Rosa here are defending their own gooning because they position the man as someone to be respected, to be admired. He has a full set of psychology, although, like I said, if it's poor writing, that's going to kind of take a hit. But that's more authorial skill, not the point of the genre, if that makes sense. And then usually most of the descriptions are full body descriptions. But let's all be real here. Biologically speaking, when a guy looks at a girl, particularly if a guy is not in control of himself and is not mature, we know where a lot of the male gaze, like where the male's eyes will go. We all know where it's going to go, one way or the other. But the thing is like, once again, do we have to have every game does every single video game have a problem if it doesn't handle a female body the same way Bayonetta's does? Like, is this really what we are going to aim for here? Like, I just think it's very unfair. Like, I think it's taking away the point of some things. Like, I'm glad for Bayonetta it looks like Bayonetta has a lot of depth and complexity with the character. But funny that you think we can control it. I think, Leo, that as you get older and as you discipline your mind, you can over time mitigate it within reason. Now, obviously, sometimes things are what they are. I'm not suggesting that everything you can handle everything. Like if a tsunami hits you, it hits you. But I disagree with this idea that men can just throw in the towel and be like, well, it's my biology, I can't help it. No. I think you can learn to, within reason, control your mind to a degree. And if you can't, if you really are struggling with a problem, there are other methods and things that people have done in order to mitigate this issue. Like, for example, not going to certain areas. As a teenager, that's a different beast. Exactly. And that's my other issue, okay? My other issue is that these women simply do not understand that men are faced with a lifelong struggle of physical control. Now, women also have a challenge, but I think women naturally learn to control a large portion of it. I think you get better at hiding it. That's the point, Leo. That's what I'm talking about. If you are unable to stop yourself with ogling a woman's chest in public, or if you are unable to stop yourself from wolf whistling or following her, or, you know, like flaunting your desire in front of her, I think you have a problem. I think you have a self-discipline problem. I'm not saying, once again, I'm not saying that you can't have a reaction. I'm talking about how you give into that reaction. It's about controlling. Yes, Ben. Ben is getting this. Of course, Ben gets this. Ben is a more mature male. But men and women have to learn to control stuff. I think women generally, because of how they are raised, it could be cultural, it could be personality, it could be biological. Women learn to generally are not going to speak out about their desires openly. In fact, in some ways, a woman learning to speak out and be a bit more proactive sometimes is a sign of healthiness. But for a guy, it's about learning. I'm just saying, I believe Akalon was talking about it. It's about disciplining yourself and your body. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying put chastity belts on teen boys. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you can't go home and masturbate. I'm not saying that either. I'm literally suggesting that you'll learn to cope with what is happening. And if you're faced with a tsunami, you get the heck out of Dodge. Like, obviously. Like, I don't know why this is like a big, like, surprise. What do you mean? It's gonna get... If you're taught to look everyone in the eye when talking to someone, it isn't an issue at all. Maybe it's that simple, Jonathan. Maybe it's that simple. I don't know. If you want to look at booba, just don't make it obvious. I don't know. It's a discipline issue for sure. It takes effort and practice. It helps when hormone levels go down as we age. Yeah. Herman proving that he probably hasn't grown past the age of 16. Regardless of sex, all sin starts with an urge, moves on to consideration. At this point, you can choose to accept or reject. Wow. Wooly also getting it. Yeah. Wear sunglasses. Some people don't get the memo. Dangly, shiny stuff. Okay, this is so true, Herman. I will say this, okay? Do you remember how I said if I go to the beach and wear a bathing suit, don't be surprised if someone dumps me in the water or splashes me with water? Once again, women can say to themselves, oh, I just want to look pretty. I like this necklace. There's a reason why women adorn themselves. And so you have to understand that as soon as you start putting something on, your motivations might be completely fashion-focused, self-respecting, fashion-focused. But like, this is absolutely, I agree, Herman. This is why I'm saying, it's like, I'm not saying all women wearing makeup are hoes, but what I'm trying to suggest is if you need to know that what you're doing will put you in a game that you are not signing up for. So you have to make up for it in other ways. But just because this woman did this doesn't mean that that gives you a free pass to be an absolute dog. I got better at catching myself and coping using a variety of strategies, but part of it is just being aware enough to catch. Yes. And once again, I don't want to emasculate any guy in my chat here and say, like, you can't feel anything. I'm not here to tell you that. But what I'm trying to suggest is, like, there's a level of control that I think all humans need to kind of aim for. I just got here. I feel like the natural way women controls impulse is just lack of testo on their system compared to man. Women bodybuilders are wild. Well, there you go. It might be an issue of hormones in the brain. Welcome in, Raphael. I mean, yeah. And once again, everyone should know here, right? In chat, everyone should know here. I'm generally more pro-biology. I generally explain women and men as being biologically extremely different, and this means they handle their desire differently. I've always been extremely strong on this point because I feel like understanding that helps us clear up misunderstandings. But just because I understand why something is happening biologically doesn't mean I'm rubber stamping that behavior with approval. There's a lot of things that can happen biologically that are wrong. And so that's where I'm saying is we can biologically say, hey, I understand that you're going through something I can only guess at, right? Especially when you're a teen boy. Like, we can only imagine what's raging through a teen boy's body. So we can understand that, but by no means should we be normalizing that state of being as something to be maintained for the rest of your life. Right? So there's a difference between hand waving it away, pretending it's not a problem, and demonizing it. Like, there's a middle road that we can walk. Yoga pants is another issue. Yeah. It's about consenting to your urges or not. Yeah. Or those famous leggings that lift and separate. Poor men. Well, there's the fact of it happening and not challenging men to grow up out of or in that mindset. Yeah. And the same thing with women, by the way. Like, I'm by no means am I letting females off here, okay? There are lots and lots of women who are like, oh, I'm just doing this for the fashion. It's just like, it's in, girl. And I'm like, no, you're a hoe. And you want guys to look at you. Stop it. So, like, I'm not giving girls a free pass here with how they handle themselves as well. Like, females are also making the situation worse. But I'm also feeling like guys need to take control of their own bodies as well over time, within reason, as far as they're able. You should wear that to McDonald's. Who goes to McDonald's? You just get McDonald's on Uber. I think men who are older and not being able to control themselves are usually late bloomers. Yeah, possibly. It doesn't matter though. You need to get with it. You need to get a grip. You need to get a grip. But that being said, this idea that Bayonetta being more dimensional and complex somehow eradicated the male interest in her is absolutely silly. Same thing with Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade was made with a female body in mind. Absolutely real. I don't think her hair is real. I think her hair would get caught in the robots she's fighting, but that's just me. I don't know. I would never wear long hair if I was in fighting. I would cut my hair short, but that's just me. I don't know. If you're running around in a post-apocalyptic world, how much time do you have to shower your hair? Does anyone here know? Right now I have long hair. I'm trying to see if I can grow it as long as I can. But like, holy moly, long hair. I'm telling you. Like, some days I'm like, oh my Lanta. Like, I just want to cut that shit off. You know what I mean? Because like, then you can hop in the shower and do like a 15-minute shower instead of like having to stand there for ages. Yeah, long hair means people grabbing hold. You know you're fighting AI robots when they don't go for your hair. Because if they were actual women, her hair would be gone. Yeah, Raphael, we're responding to this young woman who decided to do her dissertation on how to solve the male gaze problem within female character design in video games. She made an interesting point, which she's probably correct on, that the Bayonetta depiction is actually a more elevated view of a beautiful woman being incredibly competent. And she believes that certain people who have critiqued Bayonetta as being part of the male gaze problem is in fact they are misreading a situation, because Bayonetta is not actually about servicing the male gaze. It is about depicting a powerful woman who is also in control of her sexuality. Now, I actually think she's right, because there's lots of left-leaning people who don't know shit all when they're talking. So I totally get that part. Like, I do think she's probably right in this aspect. So we're going to actually give her 2 things that she's right about so far: the erasure of tomboys and the fact that Bayonetta may have been misread. But let's see how she keeps going. Wooly had, oh yes, Wooly's going to start like, oh my lord. Wooly had shoulder length hair. By the way, it was blonde. It was a 30-minute faff every morning and 10 minutes before bed, or it would turn into a nest of snakes. That's from Wooly, who is a man, by the way, and he had shoulder length long hair. And then he shaved it off because he has no soul. That's our Grandpa Wooly for us. He used to braid it like Hithlo. That's all I'm going to say. Let's press play.
Also, Bayonetta reclaims the spotlight, quite literally, demanding attention and respect as she delivers a thrilling, angel-destroying spectacle. Even in the fighting sequence, she lines up a row of angels and teases with, "Do you naughty angels deserve a good spanking?" before crushing their skulls. She's clearly the one in power and in control of the situation. Even as you play, she's so small on the screen in comparison to the grand set pieces, the giant angel she fights, and bouts of attacks being thrown around non-stop. You cannot view her through any of the 3 angles the male gaze theory discusses, those being the camera, the male protagonist, and the viewer, because Bayonetta is just so clearly not shot or delivered with any male gaze in mind. Another aspect is her interactions with the 3 male...
Okay, so I think her suggestion is they didn't design the movement of the camera to accentuate or highlight her body parts. There was this one trailer with Stellar Blade where they did an ass and coochie shot, and it was clearly meant to be an ass and coochie shot. Now, Bayonetta, she is correct that Bayonetta may not have been shot to service the eyes, but I am telling you, girl, the eyes are still getting serviced. Do you know what I mean? And another interesting thing is, like, she's clearly wearing glasses, and I remember my brother telling me that the studio, I'm surprised that this girl isn't talking about it already, but basically I remember faintly, like, the suits or whatever came and were like, you got to take her glasses off. Glasses aren't sexy. And so the developers and the designers decided to put glasses on everyone in the game as a cue to the suits. I'm pretty sure that was a thing. My brother told me about it. Let's see, the Bayonetta glasses drama. Yeah, the drama stems from the designer Hideki Kamiya's insistence on the glasses, clashing with the development team's initial concerns about them hindering her cool image. Later, the glasses became a significant trend in fashion, and they essentially... Yeah. Right here. They're worn by other key characters. There's a whole subgenre of adult entertainment that revolves around women wearing glasses. Don't ask me how I know this. Yeah. Listen, there's something to it though. If a female character has long hair and looks well taken care of in a post-apocalyptic world, she's either very competent or has sorted good protection. Yeah, I guess. I have a curly black power. Talk about morning routines. Yeah. I have long hair right now. I'm going to keep it long for as long as I can though. Baldy is comfy, especially in summer. Yeah, enjoy it. She sounds a bit like she's in love. Well, she might be in love with if she's a lesbian, she's probably in love with Bayonetta. Yeah, Ben points out, doesn't mean we don't see it. Yeah, Ben. I'm sure, I'm sure people looking at Bayonetta were like, oh, gee, she's really sexy. It's a shame we can't look at her that way. Right? That's where all of the Bayonetta fan art comes from. If they didn't want the male gaze, they would have made her look like Rosie O'Donnell. Yeah, they would have made her look like Chieko. Is it still the male gaze if everyone enjoys it? Good question, Arm. Good question. Has she covered the climax ultimate moves? I don't think so. Jungle Warfare. Oh no, did I miss the 7 levels of fantasy chat? No. Actually, Jungle, we haven't done the 7 levels of fantasy. Tonight has been an interesting night. We've been looking at the male gaze problem. But I do want to get to 7 levels. Maybe we'll see. I can't promise anything at this stage. We are 3 hours into the single video. Oh, yeah, we're 3 hours into this video. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm going to try to get the rest done by tonight. Oh, man. Anyway, let's keep going.
Characters in the game. Enzo, Rodin, and Luca. These 3 men play an important role in establishing Bayonetta's position alongside men. Starting off with Enzo, her informant. Often described as a bumbling idiot, he's the kind of guy who admires and acts as if he were in the mob, but in reality he's an undertaker and an underground informant. Enzo befriended Bayonetta at Rodin's bar and became indebted to her after she killed a criminal, Eggman the Destroyer, who had clashed with Enzo, making threats on his and his family's lives. As repayment, Enzo has become Bayonetta's informant, an ally who owes his life to her. The other 2 characters are more central to the plot and act almost as parallels to one another, one being a respectable cool guy type and the other being comedic relief. Let's talk about Luca first, the comedic relief. Luca Redgrave is a journalist trying to prove the existence of Umbran Witches, a clan that died out centuries ago, Bayonetta being one of the 2 lone survivors. Throughout the game, Luca chases after Bayonetta, determined to gather evidence of her existence. However, Bayonetta dismisses him and his unwarranted stalking. But over the course of the game, she somewhat befriends him, seeing him as useful to babysit a lost child who gets wrapped up in and amongst the fighting, only giving him slight attention when she can seek to gain something from it, so she can continue on with her mission. Over the course of the game, Luca begins viewing her differently. Having now met her in person, he begins to see her through the male gaze, acting inappropriately with unwarranted advances, displaying clear signs of objectification and sexualization. Him sexualizing her is unlike when Bayonetta embraces her own sexuality, because when he does it, she is not in control of the perception of herself. However, Bayonetta does not let this bother her. She isn't creeped out, nor does she reciprocate any of these advances. Rather, she teases him or downright dismisses him. Once again, Bayonetta is shutting down the male gaze, much like the
Is anyone else finding this kind of ironic? This video is representing the braying voice of certain women who have decided to feel, victimized by the male gaze. Like, I don't know. Like, first off, there's the whole problematic idea of controlling other people's perception of you. Like, I don't know how to put this better, my dear, but you're never going to be able to control everyone's perception of you. That's literal self-delusion. That's like cosmos truth number 1. You can never control everyone's perception of you. That's just like, what are you even doing? But then we get number 2. If it is possible for Bayonetta to like rise above this bro who's ogling her, is it therefore possible for a whole bunch of these women to just ignore what the guys are doing in their video games and just go off and enjoy something else? Like, what? Why don't you learn from Bayonetta and just be like, yeah, that's that guy over there. He's obsessed about his gacha characters. He's mentally unhealthy. He's never going to get a woman, and he's going to blame it on women, and he's going to be an incel for the rest of his life, and that's going to be fine. Whatever. Who cares? Like, why not just let it go? Like Bayonetta does. Like, why are we even having this video? Don't you want to have a model that you're looking up to and learning how to treat this whole situation? Like, I don't know. Anyway. And then, of course, the equally weird thing of trying to control a person's perception of you. Like, I don't know, guys. Okay, okay, here we go. I want everyone in chat to write down, if you could control how the world perceives you, what would you want them to perceive you as? This video has epic levels of cope. You're squeezing blood out of stone more than an hour long. Asmongold reaction. I went into this with a headache. I still have a headache, but I'm here because this is a very bizarre video. Why is she wearing a party hat? She's wearing Bayonetta's beehive because she is a witch. Reminds me of all the panty and stocking discourse like a decade ago. Fan service given to both female viewers and male viewers. Wish more media did this. Yeah. Have hot, sexy men, hot, sexy women. Stop telling other people what to enjoy. I want to have my cat boys. Leave me alone. And you can have your cringy, in my opinion, cringy gacha titty girl. I don't care. I'm not coming into your game, and I'm not making rude comments about the women that you are gooning over. I'm not coming into that game and going, oh, is that the character you chose? Right? Leave everyone alone. It's this simple. But, no, we live in a shitty world. So, here we are trying to control other people's perception, in control of the perception of herself. What the fuck made up dumb shit is that? Yeah, I don't know. Ben, shh. Bayonetta is like Devil May Cry gameplay wise. I think so. Yes. If you control someone's perception of you, aren't you controlling them? In some ways, Chaos. Yes. Welcome in, Chaos. Welcome in, Arm. Welcome in, Jungle. Welcome in, Anyone else new? I don't even know. But anyway. Bayonetta shuts down the male gaze by making the character unburdened by what has been. I will not be perceived. Yeah, Arm. How are you going to do that? I will not be perceived. The failure that I am, so I don't need to keep reminding them. Answer the question would be too much projection. Most do not perceive me. Leave me alone, world. Generally, most people want people to perceive them in a good way. As my best self, as myself, but with mercy, a small Christ. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Unless it's a wrong turn sequel, no one wants to look at ugly people in media. There's the reason why I don't do videos with my face in it anymore. Oh, okay. Too good looking for YouTube? Yeah, I guess so. I'm going to be honest, like, controlling the perception of you, like, good luck with that. You can work really hard on that, but you're going to have, like, you're going to walk down the road and some people are going to look at you and go, oh, she looks smart. And some people are going to look at me and say, oh, Chieko looks angry. She looks like a bitch. She looks crazy. She looks blah. I don't think she's washed her hair. You know, like, there's just so many things that people could, you know, come away with after looking at you. Oh my Lord. Guys, I think my brain, because of the headache and everything else going on, guys, I think oh my Lord. Okay, I'm going to carry out. Wait a minute.
Begins to see her through the male gaze, acting inappropriately with unwarranted advances, displaying clear signs of objectification and sexualization. Him sexualizing her is unlike when Bayonetta embraces her own sexuality, because when he does it, she is not in control of the perception of herself. However, Bayonetta does not let this bother her.
She is, when he does it, she is not in control of the perception of herself. Guys, I think we got a problem here. When he does it, she is not in control of the perception of herself. But if we're in a postmodern world where no author can control the meaning of their writing, and where meaning and signs are socially constructed and extremely flexible, right? Where meaning is extracted out of the intended purpose and context. Is control of any perception possible? I would say it's not. Like, you cannot force onto someone else your self-perceived perception because they have their own reading of you. Like, you are... I saw that, Chaos 7. I didn't think your message was bad at all. You should keep it up. I'll probably want to read it. So post it back in there. It's just... what... how... if you are a book and you are a text, then how people perceive you can be objective and it can be subjective. What I'm arguing is, if we're going with the Pomo route here, she cannot be in control of any perception in a Pomo world. This is literally impossible on a philosophical. They can't control the meaning of the writing, but can control the audience's perception outside the piece. There's the problem. Yeah. This is a problem. This is a literal philosophical inconsistency. This is illogical. Like, you can't tell someone how to perceive you if you can't even allow an author to say, this is what my book meant, right? So in this day and age in literature, if an author came out and said, this is how my book was meant to be read, we literature analysts could say, yes, but here are some other hidden messages you may not have been aware of when you're writing. And some people do it respectfully. But some people, particularly the Pomo people, come in and they start basically stripping away the author's right to have their say about a piece of work that they created. I agree that we should listen to the author and say, hey, what did you intend? And then go from there. And then we could add on to it other unintentional fallouts that the author accidentally did, right? But in a Pomo world, there is little to no respect given to the author's original position on a piece of work. Because meaning can be extracted irrespective of the author. So if we're in that kind of a world right now, if that's where we've positioned ourselves, although I do think we're achieving a postmodern world, because obviously this doesn't, let's just say this. If you want to control other people's perspective of who you are, you have to reject postmodernity. And this goes back to why I think postmodernity is being swept under the rug. In the world of literature, it's being swept under the rug because then you can't project anything because projection is useless. You can't project outward because it's really about what the person wants to take away from it. Anyway, that's very philosophical. Let's keep going. Let's see what people are saying. Why she got the RBF? I just look very intense. It seems like this debate is just two sides of a fan base engaging in a gender war. Yeah. One side wants more female boss babe moments while the other wants lewd stuff. The true fans enjoy both. True fans can enjoy both. And as long as the material is neutral, I think everyone has a fun time. Same thing happened to the newest God of War game. One side wanted to play Rampaging God while the others enjoy Kratos tapping into his emotional feminine side. Yeah, some people want great writing with complex characters. Some people just want to, bang away. Chaos thought it was worded wrong. Okay. You can think about it. They can't control autogynephilics and the like, try to force self-perception on the world at large. Yes. You turn yourself into a ditto. You don't actually have a true form. You adapt to fit in whatever you think it's okay. She controls the male gaze by not controlling the male gaze, then acknowledging the male gaze and flirting. Be like water, my friend. Tolkien, it's just a story. The literati. The ring is an atomic bomb. Yeah, basically. This was the case for Fallout. The creator has to come out and say what it was all about, contrary to those who believed it was about late-stage capitalism. Once again, I want to respect authors who come out and say, this is what I intended. Now, obviously, authors are humans, so sometimes things don't go the way they intended. That's where a good literary analyst comes in and says, okay, this is what you intended, but guess what? All of this other stuff happened, and now it's this. Pomo always seems to be in a battle with reality. When real consequences don't align with the Pomo mentality, we get videos like this. Exactly. Bayonetta know who she is and is comfortable with who she is, so I don't think she would feel not in control. Absolutely. Bayonetta is in control of how she feels about herself, but she can't be in control of what that man is doing to her. But his perception of her does not affect her, which is admirable. We should look at that and go, yeah, that's the way to go. And then we should tell these women to be like Bayonetta and just be like, hey, those bros just want to play with a hot female gacha character. Let them be. They're not even sexualizing you. It's not even you on the screen. It's some random fiction babe. And you're freaking out over their male gaze. Air quote, male gaze. And they're not even sexualizing you. Maybe that's the problem, actually.
She isn't creeped out, nor does she reciprocate any of these advances. Rather, she teases him or downright dismisses him. Once again, Bayonetta is shutting down the male gaze, much like the intro sequence. Rodin, on the other hand, is not a parody of the male gaze, but rather how a man should be. He is the owner of the bar, the Gates of Hell, and Bayonetta's weapon dealer. Being a fallen angel turned ungodly powerful demon, Rodin is a force to be reckoned with, much like Bayonetta. He treats her as an equal and clearly holds great respect for her, keeping their relationship strictly business first, friends secondarily. There's even a scene in the game where this dynamic is best summarized.
Real cute. But let's get one thing straight. Your fights are yours alone. I'm only here to watch my handiwork in action. So don't get any bright ideas about coming to me for help.
No. You get one thing straight. I'm not the slightest bit interested in the fact that you made these guns. If you get in my way, I will... How do the Americans put it? Oh, yes. Bust a cap in yo ass.
Right on, baby.
Rodin
Right
makes
on.
it clear that he will stay out of Bayonetta's business, and she firmly tells him to not get in her way, which Rodin responds, right on, baby, right on, agreeing and displaying respect. They know each other's places, and I believe this is a very charming dynamic and shows both equally in a good light, allowing the player to receive it this way. Neither are putting down or saving the other. There is no traditional gender bias, just two people. In conclusion, it is made very clear that Bayonetta doesn't rely on any man, even near the ending of the game when Bayonetta is in need of rescue for the first time. It's not a man that rescues her, but rather another woman, that woman being Jeanne, the only other survivor of the Umbran Coven, Bayonetta's equal and eventually, what is heavily implied to be, her romantic partner. What do people think of The Witch today? Bayonetta has been a controversial character since the game's initial release in 2009. She's towed the line very finely between being an ideal candidate for the male fantasy or an empowered female icon. The general consensus is that those who have not played the game assume she is the initial, and those who have played it find she is the latter. However, I thought it would be good to do some of my own research to see how this general consensus holds up today.
how various people see her, and if they believe female creatives should be responsible for female character designs. My survey reached a variety of gaming communities, with respondent rates being 51.25% female, and at a rate of 80% of participants answering that they do in fact tend to prefer to play as female characters. I knew I'd hit my target demographic. I wanted to gather the perspectives of people more inclined to care about the matter at hand. My next line of questioning focused on Bayonetta herself. 20% didn't know Bayonetta, 51.25% did, and a sizable portion of 28.75% were in fact passionate fans. I could gather a good look at how they viewed her. 50% said they agreed she was good representation and a great heroine, lining up with my theory that those who played the game view her as a feminine icon. Results also aligned many of those familiar with her to hold her in a higher regard, and often as an impressive female lead. In more specific notes of participants, there was a suggestion that her recent boom in popularity had exposed her to new audiences that reflected today's cultural shift away from the slut-shaming of the 2000s to a more modern sex and body positivity-centred culture. Her being generally better received today than at the time of her debut, while 6.25% of people disagreed. 43.75% neither agreed nor disagreed. There is much less animosity towards her, and people's responses were much more balanced than they had been in the past. I notice a trend of people pointing out that she is one extreme example and does not represent the female identity as a whole. Many women cannot align themselves with Bayonetta, as their sexual identity is not something they are openly flamboyant about. She's not terrible, but rather not the be-all end-all of female character design. One respondent even points out how they believe Bayonetta is derived from purely male gaze to begin with, others sharing this view incorrectly believing her to be designed by a man. But they still did show some level of respect for her, stating that she comes off as an effortlessly confident and powerful character who literally uses her sexuality to save the world. Then they ask, is she the best representation? No, but she is compelling and inspiring in her own right. The shift is evident, even for those who do not understand Bayonetta's agenda. But people of today have higher standards and are left wanting more than one which to fix the problem.
My only issue with this section here is that the only issue that I have here is, like, they are once again suggesting, like, yes, she is a strong and empowered woman. Yes, she's super attractive, but she's not positioned by the camera and everything as being, like, just a body. And it's implying that the men don't respect the other women that they play. So I know there's some folks in here who play Street Fighter games. Is respecting the female fighters that you play a consideration? Or do you not even think about it? It's not even a question of respect or disrespect. Like, the argument here is that even those who don't think she's a great model of female representation still respect her. Like, is it like, what I'm trying to ask is, like, just because some bros are looking at a female and going, hot dang, I'd go for her, does that mean that they don't respect her in other ways? Rest well, Dane. Everyone currently hates Anna. Which one is Anna? Anna Williams? Are you talking about Anna Williams? Her gameplay is busted. Okay. Okay. But nothing to do with her looks or anything, or her lore. How can you respect a fictional character? They aren't real? I can. I can see it, Willie. Absolutely. When I get into a book and it becomes real to me, they become somebody that I love. It becomes a thing. It becomes real. Yeah. I think how you may be interacting with fictional material is personal to you, similar to Sylvius and his potentially interesting case of aphantasia. But I definitely can get respect for a character, or I can even fall in love with or want to emulate a character. Sylvius. I'm teasing you, Sylvius. Everyone has a fictional character they like. No, not Willie, apparently. I get the feeling they are looking way too much into this. The camera shots, the moves, the looks. Imagine she is written like a sex object as well. Bayonetta works and the devs know why. There's no way that you could argue that bros aren't looking at Bayonetta in a sexual way. They're looking at Bayonetta in a sexual way. Now, do I think that they went and asked a woman to design her to give her that feminine edge? Absolutely. Do I think that some of the ways the camera angles are handled is more neutral? Possibly. I don't know. I haven't played the game. But there's no way that in the entire game that they don't have moments where they're sexualizing her for the male audience. Like, there's no way. Like, you could sit here all you want and cope. You can cope to the best of your abilities about Bayonetta is respectful representation, but there's no way that you're going to control. I'm sorry, you cannot control perception of a character. You cannot control perception of yourself. This is literal hubris and idiocy. Capcom can sit there and say, we wanted to make a completely realized woman who is competent and sexy. And they may have done their darndest to, like, meet the Bechdel test and all of that bullshit. It does not matter. We're going to do what we're going to do. You can make a movie about some superhero bros beating up some people for the good of their planet, and you're going to have some girls in there who are going to be slashing them, or who are going to be self-inserting themselves into the film. It's going to happen. You cannot control people's perception of a story. That's why I agree with Pomo to a certain degree. There is a flexibility in how people interact with entertainment and make it their own. Now, there's some people for whom their entertainment is, very divorced from themselves. But there's many people where their entertainment is literally becomes their world. And I just think it's very silly to suggest that you can somehow control people's perceptions of Bayonetta and make her this non-male gazy thing. Now, obviously, I do think they are clearly trying to make her a very dimensional character. Like she's got the whole package. But that doesn't mean that she's somehow going to evade guys thirsting for her. That's a huge cope. But I suppose that's not the point that Rosa's trying to make. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt here. She's not arguing that men aren't going to goon. She is arguing that people will respect her as being a character and not just see her as a tit and butt. And that's fair. Fair. Fine. Fair. But the problem is that a lot of these discourses that Rosa is tackling is still tackling male behavior. And that is a problem, because if you're trying to shake your finger at male behavior and link it to how women are designed in characters, I hate to break it to you, even the best represented woman who is attractive is going to get some kind of a gooning contingent. It's going to happen. You should watch the Street Fighter 6 Custom 4 trailer. I haven't seen it, but you can put it in the vids or whatever. I look at it from the perspective of Posse-Wid. Intent only matters so much. We have to look at the actual outcome. Yep, that's fair. It's like shooting an erotic movie with borderline shots, but because it has a good story in it, suddenly it's art, basically. Let's just say Capcom made a lot of money that day. With time, I can sink into a story, but outside of this immersed period, a character is a thing. Yeah, no, for me, characters become almost like people. It is not normal, though. I think it's part of how my brain works, that's all. How do the Japanese and their culture view Bayonetta? That's a good question, Jungle. That would require reading in Japanese. Gooning Contingent is the name of my new band. Yeah, I could see that. It's like that internet rule. If a character exists, porn exists of them. Yeah. Isn't there like porn for Pokemon? Isn't there like Pokemon porn or something like that? Like, I'm sorry. Like, get out of here. Anyway, let's keep going. It's just stupid. It's just stupid.
Should female creatives take the lead in female character design? I curiously asked the opinions of my respondents, and I got some very interesting takes. While a small minority said things such as, we shouldn't restrict those who can design characters, there was a much greater belief that it is undeniable that women should be highlighted and even preferred for the roles of designers of female characters. It is indisputable that regardless of a small good minority, there is a roaring majority of male designers.
This person here, for example, says, due to a mainly male-based industry. However, I think anyone should be able to design characters as long as they understand properly what they're designing for. I don't see an issue why gender or sex of the creator should come into it, because it shouldn't when it comes to good character design. I agree. Wow. Someone with, like, marginally. Because someone who identifies with a particular subgroup, whether that's surrounding gender, sexuality, race, ethnicity, culture, and religion, will know that group better than anyone else who's attempting to represent it from an external point of view. There are nuances and personal experiences that simply cannot be observed or truly and accurately represented by someone who does not identify as a part of that subgroup. Could you imagine the complete idiocy of that sentence, that paragraph right there? Imagine actually trying to apply that. Excuse me, sir. Yes. I can't help but notice that this character comes from Canada. Yeah. I have this character in this video game. He's coming from Canada. We can't write that character from Canada. Why not? We don't have any writers from Canada. You can't write a Canadian truly and feel the impassioned little brotherhood of the Canadian psyche and the torn nature between the EU and a big brother America, and unless you're Canadian. And it can't just be one Canadian from Ontario, because Ontario clearly disrespects all of the other provinces. We have to get like three. We got to get a writer from BC, and we got to get a writer from Ontario, and then we got to get a writer from Newfoundland, because only, and maybe even a writer from Quebec. Hopefully they can speak a little bit of English, because clearly we're not going to be able to represent Canada in this Canadian fighter that we're going to put in this FPS shooter. Could you imagine the stupid? Oh, Woolly's Catholic. I'm sure there's some other Catholics in my chat. How many times has the Catholic Church been misrepresented to such a degree? Could you imagine? Okay. Oh, we're going to have this really cool story. Oh, what is that? It's based off of Trinity Blood. Have you heard of Trinity Blood? It's a post-apocalyptic vampire alien science fantasy starring the Catholic Church. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Let's make a video game about it. Yeah, but we can't actually do that because we have to talk with the author about the fact that they might not be representing the Catholics correctly as they are today. So we have to go in and we got to bring in a Catholic writer and a Catholic designer and a Catholic fashion designer and a Catholic... What are we fucking talking about here? What are we talking about here? Oh, we have a person here who is black in this video game. Okay, all right. Well, we'll get a black writer. Yeah, but this black person's not just any black person. Oh, they aren't? No, they're actually from Kenya. Oh, does it matter? Could you imagine telling an African that it doesn't matter what country that they come from in Africa? Could you imagine suggesting that you can represent a Kenyan person from a writer who's based from Ivory Coast or South Africa? That's so stupid. No game, no story would be made. No story would be made. Okay, let's all be real here. This is ridiculous. That is the most stupid thing ever to propose. Imagine not being able to have in your game black people because you don't have a black writer. And then you say, well, we have a black writer, but it's an African-American writer. It's not an actual writer from, let's say, Nigeria, which is what the character's from. Because let me tell you, my dad was Dutch. I can't speak for where Netherlands is right now. I have no clue where they're at culturally or anything. I don't even really know their politics. So what I'm trying to argue is like, if you're really that concerned about identity, nothing would be made. Nothing would be made by that rubric there. That is absolute trash fire opinion.
Intentionally or unintentionally implementing the male gaze in a harmful way. Men cannot possibly fully understand the experiences of women, their perception of other women and themselves. They can learn, but who would know this better and be able to portray it better than a woman herself? There is also a severe lack of female designers within the industry, and it's a crying shame, as some of the best female representation in media has come from female-led creative teams. Some of these creatives being Siobhan Reddy, Brenda Romero, Van Mai, and Ikumi Nakamura.
Ikumi Nakamura was adorable. Look at that outfit on her body. She's really cute. She was amazing. She had great energy. She appeared to have gotten shafted by her, like she appeared to have some issues, I guess, with what happened with Ghostwire. Lovely lady. You know, Ishikawa, another famous lady. Amy Hennig, I believe Wooly brings her up on occasion. Amy Hennig, super powerful, amazing female writer who actually knows how to write great males as well. Like, I'm sorry. There are tons and tons of strong female creatives within the video game industry. No one should doubt that. No one should question that. In fact, we should all applaud them for, standing up for common sense whenever they do stand up for common sense. But at no point in time should we be then shitting on a dev for being a male trying to do a female, like, get out of here. Chieko asking questions she doesn't want answers to? Yeah. Anyone up to post the Vaporeon copy pasta? What is the Vaporeon copy pasta? I actually remember the buzz about that Snow White movie. We Canadians are just so complex. Yeah. All Catholics and the church should be written in fiction only by priests. Could you imagine? We got to bring in Father Tim. Why do we got to bring in Father Tim? Well, we have a priest in our show. We can't have the priest written by anybody except a priest. Oh, but this priest is a pedo. Well, I'm sorry, Willie. I shouldn't joke about that. That's not funny. But anyway. That's the same energy as people saying only transgender people can be cast in transgender roles, but it's transphobia when people don't want a transgender person cast in a female role. Yeah, it's the logic, the crazy logic that this is insanity. It's literally insane. It actually cuts people off from being empathetic. It cuts people off from being empathetic. We're going to make this groundbreaking anime. The church is evil, and the blood-sucking vampire is the good guy. Actually, Trinity Blood is great. Is fantastic. The church is very complex in that video, in that anime/novel series. I loved it. The church is not all bad. That's all I'm going to say. That take is exactly why a lot of recent works have failed, because they felt compelled to have such insane quotas in their writer board actor group that the end result became abysmal. Yeah, it's just stupid. If you want to do a game about ancient Egyptians, well, sorry, sweetie, they don't exist anymore. They're from Kenya. He doesn't speak English. What a find. Hire me as a consultant or else. Yeah, there you go, Sylvius. That's so more consultants can come in and enlarge the HR department so they don't have to get a real job. But you can understand the perspective of men. Kick W. Ishikawa is so adorable. Yeah. You see men, woman, being so empathetic and downtrodden, know men better than they know themselves, so they can write men. Catholic here, I have yet to see it represented correctly by anyone. Yeah. Don't look up the Vaporeon copy pasta. Don't? Okay. Cognito Hapat. Oh, okay, I'll stay away. Okay, I'll stay away. But let's keep going. I do want to give kudos to the strong-minded, competent women who are being professional and doing their job. I don't want to give kudos to anybody, male or female, who is making their job a platform for personal beliefs at the cost of what they're putting, the quality of what they're putting out. Okay. After this video, I'll stop.
They have the skill set and perspectives desperately needed to build interesting, in-depth, well-designed characters, yet women are robbed of the opportunity, such is the case with Activision Blizzard, men being preferred for better roles in the industry.
I do want to say that my pushback to this girl is that just because a woman is writing it does not mean that the female representation will be good. News alert, Rosa. News alert. Women can fuck up female representation as badly as men. News alert. And this is, I think, what Simp was trying to talk about earlier. Is like, just because you're a woman and you're writing a woman, or just because you're a female designer and you're designing a female, does not mean that you're going to represent them well. That's another thing. Like this idea that just because you're XYZ, you can represent them well is like absolute silliness.
From this survey, I can clearly tell that female gaming audiences are tired of men controlling women's bodies within games. They want good representation, and to avoid any internalized gazes and biases, it would be better to prioritize women in these job roles. Not exclusively, however. We should not restrict artistic freedom, as anyone from any gender is capable of creating a good character with enough research and work.
I agree with her. Wow, she said something with a bit of nuance. Oh, Rosa, clap, clap.
But these creatives should be looked at closer, and female opinion should be considered, whether it be as an editor, advisor, or other female employees also playing a crucial part in the design team.
I disagree with qualifications. If women are part of the target audience, so if the game is to be for general audiences, like let's say Final Fantasy XIV, it is a good idea to ensure that representation of both sexes is within reason. But if the game is for a largely male demographic that just so happens to have like a 2 to 5% female audience, the females are there for a reason. Don't change anything and keep making it for the bros. Not everything has to be created with a female audience in mind if the point of the IP or the brand or the genre is not for females. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. It's like going into Elden Ring or some Dark Souls game and expecting an easy mode. What are we doing? Stop it.
Whether the woman is the direct designer or a secondary opinion, they must be present and they must be heard. So, what next? Well, my hopes are that as the gaming industry continues to grow, we will see a shift towards a more diverse workforce, one that can improve and expand the work of female character designers.
I'm protecting the eyes of my bros.
Move away from the misogynistic culture within the industry and the prevalence of the male gazes of the past. The industry's infamous issue of large-scale misogyny and perverse objectifying culture needs to be put to an end.
I'm saving Herman.
While it may be difficult to entirely shift the opinions of a portion of the current male audience, it will be a great step in the right direction for a real change for women's representation in media. Aiding the change of behaviour in male gamers towards real-life women, as well as making gaming a comfortable, fun experience for its large and steadily growing female audience. I'm absolutely sick to death of men being the ones to control women's bodies in games and distorting them for their own erotic fantasy. So it's time to take back control by utilising the underused and underappreciated female creative talents to make this change happen. I hope to become one of these female creatives one day, who can share my art and bring my own perspective and spark to a dev team. Hopefully I will also be able to personally help make a step towards greater LGBT+ representation in the field too. But that's a story for another video. For now...
Let's dance, boys!
Okay. She made a couple good points. The first good point is concerned over eradication of the tomboy. That was a fair point. The other fair point was that there are some good ladies in the industry who have done a great job. And she made a point that you don't have to be female in order to make a strong female character. That was a good point. But I personally don't think she did a good job for a variety of reasons. First off, she was cherry picking. Second off, she wasn't taking into consideration consumer interests and market. She wasn't taking into consideration that not all entertainment is for everybody. For example, if Wooly were to go into a cozy sim, like let's say Animal Crossing, and then complain about the fact that there's no fighting, we'd all tell him where to go. And so I think to expect all video games to adhere to this kind of standard is ridiculous, and it's damaging. Her basically propagating weird ideas about who can take part of the creative process with some of those clips that she shared from her, her mini research or whatever. I think that was also like cringy AF. I think some of those ideas on those clips were really cringy. And redheads? Yeah, redheads. Her hair is really nice, actually. I really like her hair. I need to get bangs. Diversity is her strength. But Chieko, I thought she actually started to make great points all of a sudden. Yeah, so she had some ups and downs. Like, she had a couple good ideas here and there. But overall, I think Rosa is too hard on what's going on. And I don't think it takes into consideration other factors, like also women. Women are not all magically going to be able to represent females well, and not all video games should have to represent video games well. But if a video game is intending to get a female audience, it would do well to think about how they are representing women. Because if you're going for a female audience, yes, you do have to think about your female viewers. But to then suggest in your title, female character design in video games, full stop, this is a problem. It's like, no. It's just not nuanced enough for me. And I do think this does require some nuance, because this is not necessarily about my entertainment. It is about your entertainment. It's about Leo and Ben and Raken and Jungle and Sylvius and Josh and Leo and Miro. All of you guys, okay? Raphael and Herman, even, with his yoga pants. It's about your entertainment. Now, I'm going to be honest. I do think sometimes some of the gacha characters in a gacha game do bother me a little bit. Just a little. And it's not because of envy. It's because I think they look ridiculous. And as someone who struggled with the female form, I don't like it being made ridiculous. That being said, I am not going into those games and haranguing the players. I'm not going on to Substack and haranguing the players. I will share with my friends, like I am with you guys in chat. I'll share on occasion, like, hey, that really annoys me, or hey, I think that's cringe. But I would never ever lobby a game dev company for doing their job, which is to appeal to a certain market and sell to that market. In the same way that I would hope that no broski will crawl into my DMs to harangue me about whatever it is that I enjoy playing or that I enjoy reading. To a certain degree, as long as we're like all acting legally, you know, not partaking in anything illegal or, you know, 2D gen, then I think we should recognize that some things are not made for us. And this is where I don't like how they pose this as this major problem in video games. And it's kind of like, it's not all video games that have this problem. And it's kind of like a catastrophizing of an issue that doesn't really... It could exist, and I do think there are men who are gross. I've met men in video game spheres who are gross. I just don't think that they are the majority. So yeah. But if video games don't teach the evil men, then who will? Maybe the moms and the dads will. Maybe stop trying to make it a social or comments are turned off. Rosa. come on, girl. Okay? Come on. What are you doing? This is your dissertation. What did you do? Go into your dissertation and say, comments are turned off? Could you imagine? I always thought dissertations, like, you have to refute your standing, right? And guys, could anyone here guess what kind of, like, what this dissertation would be for? Do you think this is for literature? I bet this is for literature. I bet this is for literature. What do you guys think? Do you think this was a literature dissertation? Here's my issue, okay? My issue with this is that I don't like it if this is a literature essay. Can anyone here guess why I would be upset if I found out that this was a literature essay? Oh, wait a minute. Thanks for doing this one. Commentary is fun. Always glad. Guys, I am always glad when you guys request videos for me to react to. Honestly, I do. I'm just sorry that I can't get to as many of them as I would like. I'm probably going to end stream soon because, like I said, I'm nursing this weird headache and I'm battling hypochondria right now for various reasons. Yeah. I'll probably end stream soon, but keep recommending vids because I will get around to them. I'm trying to plug through the big lists. An article for Kotaku. She would instantly get a job at Kotaku with this for sure. The flag makes me believe she's in college. This is a dissertation, Leo. This has to be her PhD. Was this video actually part of an academic presentation? It probably might have been. I'm more into literature, right? But I believe that video games can be literature. But how I go about it is much more textual. Did you notice how she talks about broad themes? And she does very little textual look at something. So this probably must have been a visual arts, maybe? This might have been a visual arts thing. I just didn't like how there wasn't enough secondary sources. It just felt like very thematic focused and not very textual focused. But this could be a more visual arts, like a more into the art side of things and not literature and narrative, because she's looking at bodies, right, and design. Because it goes through the uses of themes and narratives. Yeah, it's like, it's way generalized. It seems subjective and lacking nuance. There's that too. Yeah, I agree, math teacher Josh. Yeah. Never been in higher education. I don't know. This is for a PhD. I thought smart people got those. Sarcasm. I'm so black-pilled about the PhD thing. Like, like this, if this is a PhD, like, what are we, let's see if I can, oh my lord. I just flashed everybody my name. That is crazy. What am I gonna do, chat? Fuck me. Anyway, this is a piece I wrote for, I think it was a third year thing. And can you see here? We have citation, 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 scene explanation, citation, do you see what I'm saying? It's like there's a level of engaging with the text that is really, really like issue. Reported to Carney. Oh my lord. This lady makes me feel like I can get a PhD. Yeah, that's what it is. Damn it. I'm gonna have to take this video offline. Fuck me. Because I flashed my professor's name as well. Oh my lord. And possibly then you'd be able to find my university. Oh my lord. Great. This is great. Don't tell me that you're shocked about the absolute downfall of quality in higher education in the last 2 decades. No, I'm not shocked. I'm black-pilled. I'm so black-pilled, Sylvius. Especially about literature and the arts and humanities. I think the arts and humanities are really fucked. I think math and engineering, medical, business, computing, most of that has managed to like keep a semblance of standards, but I think arts and humanities has gone off the slope and has gone down like blue. If you want to analyze a game, especially the visual representation of a game, I would expect a lot more actual footage from the game. Exactly. But most of it was her face. Yes, I agree, Wooly. That's where I'm just like, I wanted it to be more, if this is about design, right, and art, there's a text, right? The text that you would use would be the pictures and the game itself. There would be more like pausing and looking at where the issues are. Now, like if you're doing like a general review of a video game, if you're doing like a general like, oh, here is, you know, this video game that I really enjoyed and this is why I enjoyed it. I understand if you got like stock footage and it's all whatever. But this is for like a PhD. You know what I mean? I just thought I just thought like a dissertation would have more coming to grips with the text, or in this case it would be the art or the design or the movement. I don't know. It's like, are they giving those for free or it comes with crippling debt? Yeah. It's for free. I think it's not productive to have a real conversation or educating people. It seems to not have many sources cited. See, that's another thing. It's like, yeah. I wanted to have more sources. I just wanted to have more sources. Her use of statistics to prove that females are gaming too is suspect, because I've done the footwork for that. I do think if we put mobile gaming in with PC and console gaming, women have a strong presence. But if we're talking about something like Bayonetta, which is a PC console thing, I think you're misrepresenting a situation, you know? Even in this day and age where there are more female gamers than before. They have a lot of free time. Maybe she's a gender studies major. I think she must be into some kind of art or literature. I could see this being literature, but since she didn't focus on narrative and it was more on how the character is designed, I want to say it's probably more art. My issue is the video started about the male gaze and then turned into a character analysis of Bayonetta. It is poorly organized. I will agree with that. It would have been better to do a compare and contrast, actually, where I would have chosen one specific thing to kind of... Okay. Not to write her dissertation for her. And I can only guess how you would go about it, because I've never done a dissertation. But you would first want to do your intro. Then you would want to do the definitions and limitations. That's what I would guess. You would want to talk about like what you aren't going to talk about and why. Then you want to explain the position and how you're going to defend it, right? Then what you're going to go into is you're going to give compare and contrast. You're going to introduce the compare and contrast. So introduce the comparison and contrast. So then what you want to really do is section 1 will be bad representations. And then you're going to give a whole list to prove that you have done your research, right? You want to give a whole list. You want to be just listing off bad representations. Not just give 2. Not just give 1. Give a whole list of bad representations and make general statements about them. Then pick the worst and dissect it in detail. Not like what she did with Legend of Zelda and Mario, which was half-assed. Section 2 would be good representations. Give a list of them. And make general statements. And then what you want to do is pick the best and dissect that in detail. Guys, I've never done a PhD dissertation before, but what do you guys think? Do you think this makes more sense? I feel like this is how I would do it if I was going to write something like this. Yeah, Wooly. Yeah, you want to do your definitions right out of the gate. Yeah. Present the need for change. Yeah, cite as needed. Call out the bad gacha fan service character, then compare to a good example of a character. Yes. Present Bayonetta as an alternative. Focus on visual representations of games. Contrast with Ivy or any other G-Cup Jiggle physics female character. Yep. She made ChatGPT write it, and that's what came out 2 years ago. I could believe it, Leo. Adam 2. Dress up like a naughty librarian. Listing that from the top of your head is quite impressive. Sounds spawn. Thank you, Sylvius, for puffing up my ego. But I kind of teach academic writing, so it might be easier for me. I just don't know why did she present it the way she presented it. It really did not do her. She did try to define the male gaze. We got to give her props for that. But she should have really, I don't know. It was 30 minutes for what should be a book, right? Isn't a dissertation supposed to be a book? Maybe she's giving us the Cole's notes. Maybe, okay, you know what? I'm just coping at this point. But maybe she's giving us Cole's notes here. You can get a PhD with your eyes closed. Dress up as Daredevil, bro. Oh, I was... Let me just say... Oh. Toward the end, guys, my marks in my 4th year... I didn't go below an A-. Just saying. I was like peaking mentally. I think my years as being a teacher helped me mature. My essay still had problems. I still needed an editor, obviously, but I did better. I did better because I grew up and I went out and I saw the world and I came back and then I was like, oh, this is how you do it. By then also I had become an architectural writer, so I could figure these things out. So I'm not shitting on her because I think a lot of young people don't know how to write an academic thing properly. But this is just an idea. This is just a sketch. I think we could improve on it if we wanted to. Her PhD dissertation was on the male gaze problem within female character designs in video games. But I think it should have... There was a lack of detail that I would have liked. Maybe it's because of that. The standards are low. They simply accept a dissertation of this quality. Yes, absolutely, Sylvius. I do think so. A dissertation should be at least 200 pages. I thought a dissertation was basically like a small book. Like, you know, like a basic bitch, like a romance novel. Basically, right? 200 pages, that's about 40,000 words. Why are we giving people PhDs for this? That's my problem, Herman. Why are we? Why are we? Like, I thought back in the day, PhDs, like, you were stressing out over that, and like a dissertation's a small book, yeah. You think you could write about something, you could speak about something this complex for about 37 minutes? I don't know. It's like trying to explain Frankenstein in 22 minutes. You just can't. Maybe she failed? Maybe. It's like an essay. A dissertation is a massive essay that's the size of a 40,000 word book or a 200-page word book. It usually shows that you are a master in one niche topic. Now, if Chieko had gone on to take a dissertation, some of you might wonder, what would I have written about? Good question. I had already started planning years ago to write my dissertation, and I was going to write about Naruto. Yeah, you heard me. I just know a lot about it, and I have a lot of ideas. I wanted to do a psychoanalytical reading of Naruto. Or it was going to be on the role of song and poetry in Lord of the Rings. Yeah. And then I went to my 4th year and I said, bullshit. I've mastered the male gaze. Wait, what? Yeah. It was going to be Naruto Shippuden. Like, I was going to do a Naruto dissertation on Naruto, or it would have been on Lord of the Rings, or it would have been on I wanted to talk about the vision, the creative vision, and how people talk about the loss of vision. And I wanted to look at stuff like Coleridge, who couldn't complete his poetry. I also wanted to do psychoanalytical readings on Gothic literature. I had so many ideas. And then after my first year, like after I did my last year in 2019, 2020, I realized that I was no longer, like, I couldn't be honest at uni anymore. Like, I was slowly but surely being silenced, and I didn't, oh my gosh, could you imagine doing a dissertation on the Fermi paradox and the, actually, I would do it, if I was doing a dissertation on Final Fantasy XIV, it would be I would be looking at the role of hyper compassion and its links to the motif of flying versus walking. So it would be about walking versus flying. So I'd be looking at like how characters, how you walk or how you crawl, and the concept of movement, and the metaphor for movement linked to linked to resilience, psychological and emotional resilience. Do people understand what I'm talking about? Maybe not. Anyway, so basically, like, I would have started fleshing this idea out, and how a certain character, because they were hyper compassionate, they are basically like a devouring mother archetype, and they, in their hyper compassion, they did not give a certain character. They did not teach a certain character how to walk. They gave her wings to fly. If you know what I know, if you know what I mean, if you know what I mean, if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. So anyway, that would have been another one. You made me feel stupid with just 3 lines there. My job would be, Sylvius, to make sure that you don't feel stupid by the end of it. That's what I will say. I don't really like it when... I don't like when academic people obfuscate what they're trying to say. I would love to do a video where I break that down. But yeah, I feel hyper dumb. No, come on, guys, come on. So your PhD would be a Vanna dissection? I would be dissecting Vanna and Hermes, Wooly. Specifically, Hermes. Yeah, if you think about Hermes and if you think about Vanna, it would be those 2 characters that I would talk about specifically. And I would link it to psychological and emotional resilience, and then I would link it to the motifs. That would be an interesting treatise, I think, but it's still more thematic focused. So like I said, I would probably go more with looking at Jungian archetypes in Naruto. But yeah. Yes. Oh, guys, come on. You guys can do it. I'll do a video one time, and then when you watch it, you'll be like, oh, of course. Yeah, it was there all the time. I did it as well, by the way, just as a self-plug. I don't self-plug a lot. So I know this is going to be so cringe, but I'm going to do it anyway. If you want to get a foretaste of what it would have been like, and this is going to be really rough because this was back before I had good audio. But if you go down here to the 3 levels of Xenos, and if you've played up through Endwalker in Final Fantasy XIV, I highly recommend this video that I did down here called 3 Levels of Xenos. And this one up here, Hidden Parallels, Elidibus, and the Crystal Exarch. So if you played Final Fantasy XIV extensively, those 2 videos are close to kind of, yeah. I think those 2 videos would be interesting for you if you're interested in someone applying in a more, by no means academic. I need to put a disclaimer on this one. If I do something more academical, I'd have to have like quotes and stuff like that. But I do include quotes, just to be clear. I feel like, oh man, I'm going to click on this and then I have to like mute it really quickly. Mute tab. Because I don't want to hear my voice. I really don't want to hear. Nope. Okay, so it wasn't that one. I know. Crazy. Yeah, this is where I met Min. Min doesn't come in as much anymore, but yeah. Yeah. I really have to read more. Yeah, these are Final Fantasy XIV characters. So if you played Final Fantasy XIV, you would like those videos. But don't watch those videos if you haven't watched them, because they will make no sense to you. Miss Pac-Man did not get male gaze. No, she didn't. I never really played Miss Pac-Man. Wooly, man, I think I'd actually enjoy that dissertation. Oh, the one about psychological and emotional resilience? Yeah. Maybe one day. One day. I'm going to get there. I want to review Endwalker and Shadowbringers because Endwalker more so because Endwalker is so juicy. Endwalker is so juicy. Holy moly. There's just so much in there. It's like, woo! I was like ping-ponging afterwards. I was like, but because of certain things with life right now, I can't. I'm just really slammed with certain decisions I've made. So eventually, with time, I'll get there. Now you're stuck in a guild rating. Hey, are you having fun, Sylvius? That really is kind of the point at the end of the day. You can't get out? Help? Well, I'm an enabler a little bit. So if you're having fun over there, if you're having fun, that's great. It's all good. But all that to say, like, I'm not averse to people sharing their dissertation online. It just makes me wonder what the writing looked like if this is the video. If this is the video, what did the writing look like? Long form analysis of Hermes and Vana. Yeah. They're so juicy, Wooly, right? Like, oh, there's just so much going on there. And there was this, I don't know if you knew, but there was a Greek gamer who played through, and he would pause and explain the Greek meanings and the cultural and the historical context behind the names that they used for certain characters. It was mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Really amazing. Yeah. The moments in Endwalker are anyway, crazy. Anyhow, I'm gonna call it here. I know. Please remind me next week to look at the 7 levels of fantasy, because I do want to, I do want to do that. I just don't think I can go much further tonight. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. And my favorite line, probably within my top 5 quotes of all time from written things. I rode the light of the stars to you. Some of the best lines. Oh my gosh. There was one in Tuck Everlasting. Do not fear death, fear only the unlived life. That's probably up in my top. Such romance. We've had hour-long gush-a-thons over Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Walker would take days. Yeah, move over EFAP, right, Wooly? Move over EFAP. We know how to string it out, right? Yeah, the romance. Oh my lord. Anyway, I'm going to call it here, guys. For some reason, my headache is still with me. It's now 1 a.m. And I have socializing tomorrow, which is kind of nutty. And teaching. And then socializing on Tuesday. Teaching Wednesday. There's just a lot of people coming. But definitely tetanus. Oh, don't get me started. Oh, don't get me started. I scraped my knee twice on my filing cabinet. And I don't remember the last time I was vaccinated. So now I'm battling, because my family has like mental issues. So I'm currently battling like hypochondria and worrying that like any kind of tension in my upper body is because I'm getting lockjaw. Because I banged my knee twice on this rusting filing cabinet. So eventually I did get corner things. So every time I climb into bed, I won't bang myself on the filing cabinet so that you can hear the ASMR. Chieko, wait a minute. Chieko opening Amazon bag. And I'm going to be putting corners on my filing cabinet to protect my knees and my legs from... Right now, my legs have like 2 massive scratches in them. So I'm going to go and protect myself from tetanus on my secondhand filing cabinet. Hashtag white trash life. So I'm going to end the stream here. I want to say thank you, everyone, both new and old, for coming in and listening to me malding. Thank you so much for speaking up in chat, keeping chat alive. I appreciate everything in your house is covered in bubble wrap. Sometimes I wonder, Sylvia. Sometimes I wonder. But thank you so much for hanging out. And guys, if you ever see me in Discord hanging out in the chat rooms, you can always come in and chat with me. I know I haven't been on for a while now because of busyness, but when life calms down, if you ever see me hanging out, you can always come in and say hello in the Discord, okay? All right, I'm going to end it here. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you next week. Bye.